Hello everybody, how are we feeling? How are we doing? It's the final WardiTV Spring Championship Qualifier today, and we're looking forward to giving you guys a whole bunch of StarCraft 2 to get into that with. So we're going to be getting started in just a few moments. Thank you so much for joining us. And let's get ready to rumble. I'm just about to turn the camera on. Yada yada, yippity day. Hello, hello. How are we doing today? Hello, guys. All right, awesome. We're good. Looks fantastic. Let me close a couple of things down. Let's go reset the dashboard. Slowly starting the day off with the resub as well. Thank you. Reset the goals. Beautiful. Beautiful. Boom, 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 boom. Now, give me 1 sec to sort a couple of things out, guys. Getting where I need to be. Should be good to go soon. Alright, so we're gonna start the day. I'm kind of thinking Geralt versus Yakov's actually a pretty cool first match. If they've done start already, let me hop on over to Europe and see if we can catch them. There's just kind of a couple of things set up. We do have some admin things just to get through at the very start. They already started. Wow, they were fast. They were speedy. They were not messing around. Alright, that's okay. That's on me. Like I said, I'm still getting some things sorted. I'm not sure what we should hop into then. What looks particularly good? Maybe we'll just take anything that has a lobby. Not picky, you know. Or we could maybe just wait for Geralt Yakov game 2. That's also something of a possibility, so... There's some choices. Ask them to post some lobby links and we'll see what we get to. Alright, are we set up over here? Yes, let me just attach my stream to the TL. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, thanks for joining us so far today. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Who's playing? If you go to the pinned message in the YouTube chat, it will have a link to the bracket today. No Showtime, though. Showtime's already qualified for the main event, so he will not be playing the qualifier. He will be in the main event, though, which starts on Tuesday. We don't have groups yet. After today, I'll send out messages to figure out all of the groups and so on. So we'll get that figured out and sorted, and we'll... in general, just be able to go from there. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're up to. Again, thanks for joining us, guys. Good to see you all. I think I'm going to hop into this Lunacy game because I just see it starting and I'm just down to jump into some StarCraft that's beginning. So let's do that. We can get this ready to roll. Perfect. Perfecto. Again, hope everyone is doing good today. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome, welcome. And, yeah, excited to cast some StarCraft 2. Today we're going to be a bit more talking about the games. Obviously, yesterday we had a bit more of a talking about general StarCraft and running tournaments and stuff like that. So we are going to do a little bit more in regards to actually focusing on the games today and stuff like that. So it should be a little bit of a better cast than yesterday in terms of actual StarCraft content. I also have a special treat for you guys at the end of the qualifier today, but I'm not going to spoil that just yet. Actually, maybe you know what? Because someone asked, actually, we will have some Showtime today. At the end of today's qualifier, we're going to be doing seeding matches for the group stage 2. At the very least, I've got one of the 2 seeding matches completed, so they will be seeing Maxpax versus Showtime best of 5 later today, towards the end of the stream, actually. So there you go. I actually forgot we do have some Showtime. So yes, we do have a little bit of Showtime coming up. So yeah, there you go. I just reminded myself. The other seeding match is Skillus versus Björn. They said they will play today. I would presume that's sooner rather than later, so maybe like by the time we get there, we'll have that. I just don't have that series yet, but I'm obviously hoping to get it at some point. Do I know when the Lambo Finals in the other cup takes place? That's a fantastic question. I really should reach out to Lambo and get that sorted out. So no, but I'll get it sorted. I will message him after today's stream. That's what I was making a list of things I need to do. Message Lambo. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you, Paul Wilson TV, for the 27-month resub. StarCraft, thank you, Wardy. Thank you so much for the 27-month resub, mate. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing great, and thank you so much for continuing to support the stream. Obviously, guys, we do not have a StarCraft 2 circuit no longer. We only have EWC and maybe some events that build into that or something, but the thing that we're definitely going to be trying to do is do as much as we can in terms of continuing to provide StarCraft 2 for you guys. That's what we've pretty much always done. I'm trying to figure out what we can do on WardiTV side of things to make some better, bigger, more impressive events, and to try and make some stuff that people will kind of feel as though kind of fills that gap in our life. My question from today is, this is, by the way, Lunacy versus Estee. Estee is the barcoded Terran here, so just to give you that, he does have his clan tag on, he just is a barcode otherwise. As I missed, thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Yeah, my question for today was actually that I actually posted this one up on the Twitter, and I put a little poll up and stuff. If you guys have any opinions, feel free to share them in the chat as well. But my question for the day was basically, assume you have a tournament, right? And you have the same players no matter what, and more or less the same amount of matches no matter what. Format might change slightly, but generally generally the same amount of matches, same players. Would you guys rather watch a 3-day weekender event where it's like, we start at midday and we end at like 11 p.m. and we do that for 3 days in a row? Would you rather watch that? Or would you rather watch that same, let's say, 30 hours of content spread out over 1 to 2 weeks where it's 4 to 6 hours a day, for example, instead of all at once? That's my question for the day, because reading a lot of threads and stuff here and there, reading a lot of threads and stuff here and there, a lot of what people say is that they're going to miss following the big weekend events and, being able to sit down and binge StarCraft for a full weekend and so on and so forth, and having a collected reason to do that, which obviously will still exist in some of the events that happen. I was just wondering if that was maybe something we could somehow try and recreate. I don't know. 1.6 hours too much even on weekends. I mean, that was always my opinions of these big long weekender events, right, where it's like, it's an event and it's a spectacle. But I feel like for online, it's probably just... My personal opinion is that I feel like those things are kind of cool for like the offline events. I feel like it's very difficult to justify doing it for an online event, but I do wonder if there was genuinely like a... if there would genuinely be more like... if you have like an epic single weekend of StarCraft, does that potentially pull in more people in that condensed period overall than having that same thing over 1 to 2 weeks? Probably not in terms of overall hours watched, but maybe hits higher peaks. More days and shorter bursts. Yeah, I mean, that's what I kind of think as well, personally. But I thought it was an interesting question, because a lot of what I was reading was about how people were saying, like, well, I really don't like following StarCraft, like, day in and day out. Maybe it's going to be quite biased in Twitch chat, because you guys are the guys that watch StarCraft day in and day out. I guess for the players that don't watch day in and day out, being able to say, oh, this weekend is the big tournament, let's, watch StarCraft that weekend. I wonder if that's, I wonder how many people are, connected in that sort of way, if that makes sense. CT comes through, a couple of SCVs begin to go down, and we will have the Marines tank Cyclone pulling back. As the DT just gets taken out. And you see our extra Stalkers coming about, charge on the way. We get this DT play kind of cleaned up pretty nicely, so Aztec cleans this up with ease, and then Lunacy continues through for the moment. Just a little heads up, guys, that 2 minutes time will be the first walkover time for today, so in 2 minutes I might have to tab out here and there and just pay a little bit of attention to doing the walkovers and so on. So just letting you guys have a little heads up on that, so that we're all in the same boat and that we might not be. We might just have, like I say, a little bit of downtime here and there. As we have our Adept Stalkers continue to come over, I'm just going to have ourselves the depots raised on the front line. The Siege Tank already firing, the few Stalkers taking hits. I guess the other issue with doing an online big weekend event is, like, some people are just going to have to play at shitty times. That obviously doesn't really happen when you have an offline tournament, because everyone has to be there 12 till 11 or so anyways, right? Like, at least you're all on the same time schedule. But online, that's not going to be true. What's 12 to 11 for us is, like, 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. for Korea. I remember the stay-at-home story cups where the Koreans had to play like through the night. They were playing the finals at like 7 a.m. It was a cool event, but it was not exactly ideal to say the least, right? Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things to think on. I'm just doing a lot of brainstorming at the moment about events and tournaments and what we can do to kind of, do our own part of, helping out StarCraft so and all the rest of it. So, just you'll probably hear me asking a lot of these questions over the next little while. As a hallucination flies into the main base. Even took a few shots of damage. The blink coming onto the Twilight Council. You see 2 more gateways starting up. So again, both of those gateways on the way. A few pylons coming online as well. Concussive shells, combat shield, all of that continues to come into play right now. Without a circuit, we have more days with nothing that blocks. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, I ideally want to... I think we're going to try and run a crowdfunding campaign, like a Kickstarter on Indiegogo. I would love to try and I'm trying to think, I think if we could raise... I think this is very achievable. If we could raise like $10,000, I think that's very achievable, and I think that could do a lot for us to really just buff up a couple of prize pools across the course of this year and have like a WardiTV circuit. Like $10,000 I think is doable. Obviously it might flop, but I think that's a very achievable kind of goal to set out for. And then we can, like I say, just bolster a couple of prize pools and just make a couple of tournaments that a little bit better, a little bit stronger and so on. And just kind of maybe make a little bit more of the WardiTV events. I talked a lot about this yesterday, but I don't want to necessarily get too hung up on it, because I think we want to talk a bit more about the StarCraft today, as I said. Who's the barcode? Estee. I believe well, I actually don't know where they're from. I thought they were a Korean player, but I thought Lunacy was Korean as well. I wonder why they're playing on NA. I mean, Estee played on Korea yesterday. Maybe Lunacy's not in Korea. But yes, Estee's a Korean player who is just been signed up to a lot of the online tournaments lately. That's been pretty reasonable. Like, has played some matches, but I couldn't tell you anything. I've actually not watched any of his games. Obviously, you sign up to WardiTV tournaments, and unfortunately, you kind of meet some of the best in the first round, so it doesn't typically end up very well for you. As that bio will push the Stalkers back, and they will take a step away. Wouldn't mind taking some shots. A few Marines and Marauders still stepping through, as the army of our Terran player continues to come forward. A couple of these Marines will still be shot down as well. We continue to just slap down Marine after Marine. Stalkers pull back as Zealots are ready to potentially charge down this ramp and to commit to this as the Guardian Shield activates. Oh, Zealots from both sides from Lunacy. Going to give him a very good fight. The Widow Mines are actually very good. The anti-armor missile is great. There's just a difference in engagement and a difference in numbers. And, yeah, even though there was some good parts of this fight for Aztec, Lunacy is going to completely dominate this opening game, it seems. Even after the DT opening was shut down, it did keep the Terran back. It meant Lunacy did not have to deal with a lot of those problems throughout the game. And here we are with Lunacy looking to take game number 1. Third step over, Stalkers and Archons come about, sentries just going to come through. Bio gathers, the depot is going to take hits again, the Zealots will charge in once more, a couple of force fields are going to trap those units, and we really are going to be stuck here. again as Alta Archons. It's going to be GG called, and Lunacy is going to take game 1 of this best of 3. How many qualifier today? Just 2, but we will be using the qualifiers, the participants, as potential invites as well, so we will have some invites, I have decided. But we'll just do 2 qualify officially. It also gives us a couple more matches, like, as much as, you know, for example, like, top 4 might end up all playing in the tournament, but, like, us getting a couple more best of 3s is nice for the day. I mean, part of the reason we do the invites for people that play in the qualifiers is that we really appreciate these guys coming in, putting in the time on a qualifier day, and giving us some content that helps to draw out our tournament and, you know, build up some interesting info and hype for the WardiTV Spring Championship. Funnily enough, all 6 players qualified so far, all Korean players. Zhao, Shin, Classic, Rogue, Creator, and Bunny. Which is obviously pretty crazy. So that's 6, then 2 more today, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we'll have 12 out of potentially 20. I don't know, I might do WardiTV. I might do like the top 2 highest placing players that don't... I kind of need to do invites today because we have a group on Tuesday already. I was thinking about maybe extending in, like, some qualifying to WardiTV Mondays tomorrow as well, and just say like top 2 players who, you know, top 2 players who have already... who have not yet qualified can qualify. Just as like an extra qualify in case some people wanted to play more. But maybe we just do invites. I mean, this is the 4th qualifier already for this event, so it's not like we've had too few chances of qualifying. The idea of putting money in for the good year sounds like a good idea to someone like me. You can think of what I put into as your subscription fee to an entertainment product. Yeah, I mean, obviously we have a lot of different ways people can support and stuff already, but I definitely think there's, you know, for example, like the Patreon, everything people pledge on Patreon goes directly into the tournament prize pool. But I also think there's some power to, like, saying, you know, if someone says, like, oh, like, this is the WardiTV crowdfunder this year, like, for this year's events. So if I put, you know, say you can afford to spend $50 on StarCraft 2 this year, or you want to spend $50, you can just say, like, hey, look, I'm going to put my $50 in now, and I feel good because I've done my part, and that's going to, you know, be my part for this year. Some people would prefer that than saying, I'm going to sign up to the Patreon for the next 10 months and do $5 a month, you know? So, it's just another way, and I think a big crowdfunding push could be, like I say, very beneficial for the thing. So I think I'm going to get that set up over the next few days. Try and promote it through the 2nd group stage and the playoffs of the WardiTV Spring Championship, most likely. Use this month as a crowdfund pusher. Where can you donate? In what form? I can give you a straight up donation link. There's also, like I say, the crowdfunding thing I've not made yet. The Patreon page is something I can link as well. Take your choice. Or hold out, like I say. I'm going to do the official crowdfunding tournaments. I think I'm going to set that up over the next few days, like I say. A bit of time into do a proper video explaining the reasons why, what we're aiming to do. As you do see, our Adept is going to come shading out through the natural command center, factory, refinery, coming online. A couple of additional Marines building up on the barracks as well, so just getting that straight through. And the Adept will head straight down to the bottom left-hand side. So, just going to be bringing that Adept down to the bottom left, the command center coming through, the factory coming up, SCV on the way in, and that Adept is going to shade into the natural as a couple of Marines will step forward. As Twilight finishes in the main base, we'll see what Lunacy wants to do. He obviously DTs in the last game, maybe something more regular this time around could be on the cards. There's a couple of Hellions come up from Aztec, and we'll see if he can do anything with that Hellion pressure over these next few moments. Adepts will come shading straight through. A couple of Marines are going to get jumped on. The Hellions are going to be right there as the Adepts will be firing up. Now the other Hellions coming in as well. Going to see one more, 2 more Adepts both going down. So they will be killed. The blink coming up here from Lunacy, so that continues online. The robo facility coming up as well. Bring that into play as the barrack swaps on over to the reactor. The factory lands onto the tech lab. Again, the robotics facility going to be finishing up on the natural expansion sooner rather than later. So we get all of that brought through. Marine Medevac Siege Tank continues to produce, add a couple more depots on into that as well. And we will see a nexus of Lunacy going down onto the third base. So we get that set up also. Observer just going to send itself through the center of the map as the medevac comes the other direction. A few Hellions inside. Stalker's actually blink straight through here, and that medevac going to go down. A couple of Hellions going to get jumped on. Just going to see those Hellions getting grabbed straight away. And as you see, 2 Hellions. Very nearly 3 Hellions going down. It's not that crazy of a drop in the end. We only get a single probe, so great defense from Lunacy, being able to shut this down so nicely. That's very, very well done. Stalkers continue to head down to the south, +1. Couple Marine siege tanks still coming through. The Prism coming up as well. Obviously, Terran probably not going to do much more until Stim finishes, but that's probably going to take a little bit of time. So let's see how a couple of SCVs are going to come repairing through. The couple of Marines are firing onto the Stalkers. The depot will end up being cancelled then. We get rid of that SCV. And the extra medevac still flying over. Charges on the way up at those gateways on at the forge. We do have Stalkers sat out the front as well. And Stalkers just sit chilling. Let me just wait to see where we go next. +1 Corona boosting. I mean, at this point, I think Lunacy already happy to have defended early. Now he's just going to take a chance to build up without any further pressure coming in anytime soon. Looks well set up, looking to be established here, as we do have the blink over and just going to get rid of the factory that's kind of floating forward, so that's going to get shut down pretty easily, so the factory will fall. That goes down. +1 on the Immortal still on the way up. A couple extra gateways being added on as well. All of those come through. Stalkers very much so taking a step back as the Biomedevac tank force takes its own opportunity to come stepping forward, and the Stalkers actually do have to respect this. It's not an easy army to deal with, but the charge is going to help a lot, having a good number of zealots. We're going to pull the SCVs, so we're committed here as the Stalkers just try and shave off a few of the units before we get started. And those SCVs are very much so coming up the back and ready to join in with everything else as the Zealots will commit. Now, a couple of siege tanks here are going to get jumped in on the sides. The rest of the Zealots will come through as well, so those tanks will go down. Mortals firing through as well. Lunacy pulling back up toward the top. And the SCVs continue to come forward. The Bio Army will commit as well as a couple of those Stalkers begin to go down. Zealots continue to get picked off. Guardian Shield activating, and the Zealots still charging through. We'll see the Stalkers, Sentries, Immortals, and Stalkers continue to chase this army down. So the Medevac's getting pushed away. Now, this is already a good defense, because obviously, you know, we saw all of the SCVs be pulled, so you can't really kind of just get out of this game and continue through like nothing else has happened. That is another 8 Zealots getting warped in here from Lunacy. So those 8 Zealots get warped in. One Zealot already taking some damage. A couple of depots will lower, and by lowering those depots, you have access to maybe let some Zealots run in if they want to, you know, make that mistake. Aztec will just get defensive. Lunacy's army supply is not great, but he's 60 to 17 workers, so give it time. Lunacy is going to spend that money, and if you spend that money, this game is going to be yours, and yours twice over, perhaps, as the Prism moves into the main. Just going to relocate over here. And that's obviously not great. You've already got a super low SCV can. Now you're losing even more. The Stalkers at the front go down. I mean, Aztec's going to have one more push. And we've kind of got to respect this push right in this moment as well, as we get ready to step forward. And the buy just moving up. The Medivac's going to be there. A couple of Zealots start to charge through, so a couple of Zealots going down. Sentries, Immortals coming over. The Bio turns back in. Like I say, Lunacy's got to actually hold off on this attack, and he does not have any DPS right now. Like, he's got his opponent 0 SCVs left in this game, but he needs to live. Now, at the same time, I actually think what we may be worth doing is, I mean, buy time here, I guess. I was like, maybe don't fight here and give up this base and just let your opponent waste time. Like, pull this army just back and back and back. Don't commit to the fight. Get more warp-ins. Swapped in 9 Zealots. I feel like surely at some point that's going to become very tough to deal with. Yeah, just run away. Maybe cut off reinforcements. You can lose the third base and you're still mining significantly more than your opponent, who has got a mule, 2 mules at best, to mine with right now. I don't know if we need to go across the map. I think we are okay to just sort of sit here a little. Bio will go after the Robo facility, so no more Immortal. I don't even think we need Immortals. I honestly think just a decent amount of Zealots will do the trick right now. We do have a couple of Immortals. We've got a little bit of tech mixed in there. Probably let this natural expansion go down. The longer you wait, I think the better this gets. The only issue is if you have to fight on this ramp, that becomes much scarier. So ideally, you want to fight a little bit before then. Obviously, you do have the wraparound from 2 sides. Here we go, as we are going to charge in. Guardian Shield pops. The Immortal should be able to get rid of the Siege Tank here. There is +2 attack as well for our Protoss. And I think we're going to see enough being done as the Medivacs get chased away. Forced to lift up and leave. We lose 2 bases, but we still have the top left, so we're still going to continue to improve this army. We warp even more sentries in, so determined to have as many force fields as possible. I think Lunacy is going to get it done. Pretty intense finishing, though. As, yeah. As only Medivacs remain. 1 SCV finally came back into the game as well. We have a couple final units. I mean, as a sec, you're probably like, maybe there's a way with reinforcements on my mules. Terrans really believe in their mules. I was going to say GG. Took a moment to just consider, and then was like, you know what? Fair enough. It's not going to happen. GG's, and that will be that. Awesome. We could go into Heromarine versus Rebellion, then maybe follow Heromarine into the round of 8, because Geralt and Yakov should be done playing by then. Lemon just advanced over his opponent. He will play against Mana. Yes, only 2 qualify today, guys. Only 2 qualify, but as usual, we will consider all players who participate in qualifiers as priorities for invites. Lunacy goes on to play against Dark, so that will be happening. And just Babe Marine taking his, he's playing his matchup as well. Cool. Cool. Disrespect Rebellion so casually. Gabe's just good, man. I was like, I don't know where to seed Gabe, so I looked at his recent like Caligula. I was like, oh, he's just taking maps of all the players he usually would. Brilliant. Yeah, let's go Rebellion versus Gabe. Because Babe Marine actually finished his matchup, so the full round of 16 is set in this qualifier. Heromarine versus Rebellion. Geralt versus Young Yakov, Mana versus Lemon, Ryung versus Percival, Dark versus Lunacy, Jumi versus Nikorak, Trigger versus Shameless, and Christiana versus Baby Marine. All right. Bum 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 bada bum 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 bum. Oh, as for the Heromarine Rebellion invite, I'll do that and we'll get set to go. Again, hope everyone's doing great today. Hope everyone is feeling good. Do 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 do. Ultra Love going to be our map, so we'll jump onto that, jump on that lobby link, and we'll get ready to rumble. Get this started. Perfect. Perfecto. Alright, let's jump into Ultra Love. As we have got in the top right corner of the map, our red Terran player is going to be Heromarine. Man, it's been a hot second since I've casted some Heromarine. I'm going to see when the last time Heromarine played a WardiTV event was actually on a Ligulac. That's what I want to look up for a second. Let's check this guy's history out. Been a while. I'm trying to think, but it's probably been like the better part of a year. Rebellion in the bottom left will be our blue Protoss player. Let's wait for a Ligulac to do some loading. We'll get that eventually, I'm sure. You guys been playing some weeklies, Big Brain Bounce, Monster Coliseum, Home Story Cup, KSR Cup, Big Brain Bounce, Open Cup, World Team League, Kung Fu Cup, Home Story Cup, Big Brain Bounce, Open Cup, Europe, Kung Fu Cup, ESL, come back, ESL, IM Katowice, ESL, WardiTV 2023 series, January of 2024. He went 3-2. He went 2-3 over Solar in the upper bracket. Then he beat Beyond in the lower bracket, 3-2, and then he lost to Cure 2-3. Oh yeah, I actually remember that was a sick. This tournament was actually just very good in general, and yeah, Heromarine had a very good run. This was a very good tournament. Yeah, those games were sick. I remember watching them. Oh, great one. What's going on? I'm hearing sub sounds while I'm tabbed out. A bunch of people being awesome. Thank you so much, the guy one, for the 48-month, 4-year resub. Time flies. Keep it up, Wardy. Much love from Munich. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the 4 years of resubscribing and supporting the stream and the StarCraft 2. We appreciate it. Storm Speaker on the 31-month resub. Let's go, Big Gabe. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. And Immintail on the 67-month resub as well. We got our own little sub train churning up as we get Rebellions, Protoss versus Heromarines Terran here for Protoss versus Terran. Let me get this ready to go. Now, obviously, I just used Ligulac, but someone was actually asking how a Ligulac works. You're pretty sure that people just can manually submit matches on a Ligulac, and if you're verified or whatever, you can basically just approve those matches and agree that that's how the match was or so. So if you ever find a match that happened that was not on a Ligulac, there is actually a submissions button, I believe, still. And you can submit that and be like, hey, look, you guys missed a match, and they'll just add it in. As the Hellion continues up, Starport coming through, Twilight Council, Gateway coming up. Who's Rebellion? Great question. Rebellion is a Korean Protoss player who one of those players who's just never really quite hit the pro scene level, but has also been very capable of kind of just showing up in these online cups and oftentimes plays in these qualifiers, online cups, etc., and is playing through these early rounds. It's not someone we typically see reaching the later stages. It's always fun when we get to catch one of these guys, like someone like a Rebellion, because I see his name all of the time. You know, if you go back to like through WardiTV Mondays and, you know, qualifiers for tournaments, you'll see Rebellion's name plastered all over these brackets in round 1, round 2. He just never really gets far enough along to be the sort of player that we end up casting or seeing on stream a whole bunch. You know, every now and again we cast a first or second round of him like we are right now, and it's very fun to kind of see him play. It's just not a player we get to see as much compared to how much he's participating. So, happy to see him here today as always. Obviously tough matchup against a Heromarine who we've not seen, you know, be as competitive lately, has been taking a step back, but is signing up here today and playing some StarCraft, trying to qualify into the WardiTV Spring Championes. Group Stage 1 will take place over the course of the next week, by the way. Tuesday, I want to say Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Is it Tuesday? Doesn't Rector's know? Wednesday. Oh, I've got an extra day. Oh, maybe we could make Mondays an extra qualifier tomorrow. Alright, but yeah, we got Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so right across the weekend. Love that. God, have a great weekend of StarCraft 2. Hell yeah! Oh, I love my F tournament. I'm just like looking at this schedule, like, wow, that sounds sick. We got 3 days of group stage action. Sounds amazing. It's gonna be some good streams over the weekend then, guys. Yeah, this in the coming week's gonna be fun. April in general is just busy. We're doing a lot of StarCraft 2. We're doing a lot of tournaments, with the Spring Championship taking up a lot of those days. So, like I say, very excited for that. Very excited to keep on bringing you guys the action. Like I say, we actually have some tiebreaker matches: Skillus versus Bjorn and Maxpax versus Showtime to show you guys later as well. Those matches will send players through to Group Stage 2 or Group Stage 1. Those guys already qualified from their Monday performance, but because Hero and Clem both won 2 Monday Cups, we had 4 players in this finished second place in Mondays over the course of the last 4 weeks. And so one of those guys, 2 of those players will advance. It will just be 2 best of 5 to determine that. We'll be casting that a little bit later on as well to get all of our seeding sorted out as the Stalkers and the Observer gather together. Observer sets up, the +1 and the stim comes through, Marine Marauder coming online, Reactor Depots, Refinery coming up, at the Robo Bay, at the Gateways, at a Nexus. You'll see those Stalkers just chilling here as the Observer of Rebellion sits overhead. Well, let's just continuing through. Again, the additional gates go online. We add on a Forge, Charge, and the Sentry. Coming about right here. Stim Pack, Combat Shield, and +1 coming up as well. A few Stalkers continue to gather for a moment. The Observer will continue to come by. Midvacs continue to produce. The Marine Marauder continuing out. Combat Shield added on. Forge on the way. Add on a battery. Couple extra barracks. And obviously Heromarine with his upgrades finishing will get ready to push here in the very near future, you'd imagine. If a bot was pulling all real-time games without manual entry, it's a scary life. You could have like, I mean, I guess if you just auto-uploaded, like, every time, like, if the bot just reads my replay folder, and every time a replay goes in, it kind of takes that replay and applies it. They could, like, take the replay, see who wins from it, because that data's just stored inside the replay. You could probably make it automated, no? Obviously, that would be much more difficult to do across the course of everybody casting every event and stuff, and there'd be overlaps and stuff. And it has a lot of access, though. I guess that's kind of entry. It's just scary it would have so much access. The bots are in my files! Ah! Heromarine darting forward, trying to get the Colossus, but the Zealot step through, and they will keep some of that Bio Army at bay. And the Medivacs return to do some healing. The couple of tanks will siege, and they're going to go straight after some bits and pieces of the anti-arm missile strikes. We try and come down this ramp. The Zealot will charge up once again. We try to put all the turrets into the back here. We'll not be able to. Now we chase forward as the Colossus continue to take some damage. So Colossus taking some shots, Stalkers continue to take hits as well. And we'll see the Zards coming back over. The Bio continue to come through there. Zards very much so taking hits right now, and the Stalkers going to turn around also as we just have the Colossus continuing to chrono boost out of the Robo facility. This is going to be Rebellion kind of clean up this front wave, but he lost so much in the process, and as reinforcements stream across the map, there is a streak of red that's going to be darting into the base of Rebellion very shortly that will probably end this. I don't think these two Colossus are going to be healthy enough to stay alive for too long. There's no Zealots really, there's a couple, but never going to be enough to really tank for you. And Heromarine is going to cleave his way through to a 1-0 lead. In this opening best of 3 for him today, he got a bye in the first round, so he doesn't have to play a match to get to this stage. Colossus go down, a couple of Widow Mines dropping into place as well. Bang, bang, 11 probes dropping. And Heromarine will take the opening map of this best of 3. Actually talking about Rebellion and like the fact he signs up to a lot of the WardiTV tournaments and stuff, I wonder if we should maybe run like a... I wonder if it would be really cool to potentially run like a WardiTV... Could we call it like a WardiTV, like... I'm just going to use this as terminology so you guys understand, like a WardiTV Code A. Right, so anybody that doesn't make it into the Spring Championship can participate in a smaller event. Obviously, we can't do, like, too much prize money. Like, maybe you could win more prize money than what you get for, like, last place in the Spring Championship. But because you're going to have to play a few days versus just playing, you know, 2 or 3 hours in, like, the Spring Championship, it's, like, a bit of a trade-off. You know, if we had, like, a... I'm just thinking how, like, because like I was saying, just talking about Rebellion being this guy we see in the qualifiers a lot. You don't really see him get much further. Maybe having something for those guys would be kind of cool. I don't know how the hell we fit that into a schedule. But maybe that'd be neat. And maybe we could have, like, first place gets, like, a guaranteed seed into, like, the Summer Championship, you know? That'd be cool. I sound more upbeat today than I did yesterday. Today's been a good day. Yesterday I was just a bit stressed. I got home just too late. And then I was busy. I had stuff to go do in the evening. We went out last night. Went to see... Okay, so this... First of all, thank you so much, Witch King Helkar, for the not just a sub, but subbing for 6 months in advance. That's a way to come up and say, hey, I love StarCraft. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for believing in what we're doing here to go for 6 months in advance. That's awesome. But yeah, yesterday was just busy. Last night we went to see the live War of the Worlds musical. Now, I had no idea what War of the Worlds was before I went to see it. Very strange experience, but also some, you know, low-key quite fascinating. It was very cool. So yesterday was just a busy day. Today it's chill. It's nice and sunny outside. I picked Ellie up earlier. Made some banana bread. It's just been a very productive morning, you know. Just feels good. And also, yesterday I was trying to deal with admin things. Everyone's just playing their games today without issues. So yeah, it's just an easier day to be upbeat. And the bracket looks good today. I'm excited about some of the games and the players that we've got, you know. You know, yesterday's bracket, like, I don't want to be rude to the guys, but yesterday's bracket was pretty much like, hey, we're going to get to the qualifying matches. And the qualifying matches might be a bit close, but we do still have favorites there. And that's very much so how the day played out. I say this a fair amount about StarCraft 2, and I really stand by it. Sometimes you don't, you know, sometimes it's worth being at the level of the tournament. And yesterday's qualifier was one of those qualifiers where, I'll be honest, if I looked at that bracket, I would not turn the stream on. You know? So I appreciate you guys that did, but that's not a bracket that would make me turn the stream on, right? Unfortunately, I'm the caster, so I'm here anyway, so I have to watch it. And sometimes it's good to be honest about that stuff. Not every day StarCraft 2 can be amazing. That's unrealistic, so... You know. Didn't have someone try to falsely get a walkover win. Yeah, to be fair, I think that was such an honest mistake, because basically he asked for his opponent, and it had been 10 minutes. And the official rules for walkovers is 10 minutes, but that's only true after the first round. Usually the first round we set a certain time for the first walkovers, because sometimes I put the bracket live a couple minutes late, etc., and so on and so forth. So we usually do like quarter past the hour for the first one, so like 15 minutes, which usually is more like 11 to 12, depending how quickly I put the bracket live. So usually we do that. And, yeah, usually we do that. And so he basically reported a walkover at 12 past instead of 15 past, and Percival showed up at like 13 past, and they'd already jumped into the next game, so... But you should also not be reporting a walkover without just telling the admin, you know? Like, you know... sending me a whisper on my second account is super easy, and I can check it, and then, you know, if he'd sent me a whisper, I would just be like, no, 2 more minutes. And if it was the correct time, I would have just gone and typed in 99.0. It takes 2 seconds as well, you know, So yeah, no, it's a good day. It's a beautiful day. What was I talking about? Side event, yes, like WardiTV Code A. I think it'd be kind of cool, right? Like, after the Spring Championships, some players that didn't play in it. Maybe, like, a little something we can cast for, like... I think, like, maybe just, like, $400 over, like, 3 days or so. I think it's, like I say, one of the big things I want to do is I really want to try and find ways to diversify tournaments right now. You know? Because if our tournaments are going to become, or if tournaments like mine, not just mine, but tournaments like mine are going to become a very common factor in terms of, like, pretty much if you want to play StarCraft outside of the biggest event of the year, these are the tournaments you play in. I think it's important to start providing tournaments for the guys that are not going to get anything from playing against Clem, Maxpax, Hero, Showtime, Heromarine, etc. every day. You know, there's a lot of people putting work in, and you know, even if they don't win much, even if they just get a chance to play a group stage where they, for once, get to show some games where they're more evenly matched. You know, it's all well and good Rebellion coming in and playing against Heromarine, but, like, we expect Heromarine to smack Rebellion around. No offense to me, just Heromarines on a different level, and StarCraft 2 is one of those games where when there is a level difference, there is a severe difference, right? Like, it's very quickly to see that become severe. And so I always think it'd be very cool, you know, to see more of the guys when it's not so much the case, as these Widow Mines doing a good job of denying a lot of mining time. The Phoenix will lift this last one, though. Who we get out with 1 Widow Mine here, and 1 Widow Mine escaped the natural, so actually very good for Heromarine. 2 Widow Mines go down for 4 probes. He's going to be very happy to still have a medevac up and running. I'm pitching the new tournament. You want to play in the losers tournament? It's for losers who can't win. Yeah, but it's not for losers. It's for the players who didn't have a chance to win because they never made it to the main tournament. Haha. King of the Hill, maybe? That'd be a fun way to do it a bit differently. I think it'd just be nice. You're going to hear boring Wardy here, but like I really like just traditional format tournaments. So for me, the fact that we kind of changed the player pool is already kind of a cool enough difference, and we maybe just have like a little group stage, like maybe like a mini GSL, like little group stage into playoffs. Like, I don't think it needs to be much, but I think it'd be pretty cool. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. I wonder if we could get some support from that for someone. I reckon there's some people that might support something like that, actually. As the Oracle goes down, the Phoenix takes a beating too, so the Widow Mines are getting hit and hit hard. As the Marine's going to get caught on the Stasis Ward. You know, it's actually a very, obviously it's not great. It's a very bad reason to be excited, but it's a very exciting time to be a tournament organizer, because it does feel as though it's like, it's a good time to have like some creative freedom in SE2 tournaments, because realistically there's going to be a little bit more support towards stuff, I think, and you know, in general, I just think there's going to be more chance for us to get some stuff done here and there and have some opportunities, so I'm kind of pretty excited about it, honestly. How did they make the SCG music so it still sounds good the 10,000th time listening? Yeah, it's very good, the SCG music. You know what else is very good? The Mothership! As Rebellion says, well, you know what? If I can't take you down normally, let's try and take you down abnormally. As we come straight across, and this Mothership actually eats a Widow Mine, so Heromarine knows it's coming, so he can prep the defense. As there was a famous clip once of Heromarine playing against the Mothership recall. No! It was off time. No, we're half and half, and guys, there's no blink, there's no prism, there's no way to get these units in or out of this base. I mean, I guess we could recall, but that's going to be terrible. Oh no. It's a disaster for Rebellion as he tries to Mothership it up, and it's going to go horrifically wrong. We're going to see these Stalkers going down. That Mothership is getting taken down as well. We push into the natural. That force field would be meaningful if there was any sort of real firepower on this army. I think Rebellion, unfortunately, just going to lose out here. But hey, can't win them all. That was nice and fun. Having different players makes a huge difference. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's something like that'd be cool. I remember when we did Caster Civil War, and then we did the Caster Civil War not pick tournament. That was really cool. So like Steadfast and Behemoth captain teams of like, I think it was like 8 players, and we did like a little... I think there was a qualifier, so you could play in the qualifier if you hadn't been picked for the Cast of Civil War. And those 8 players then got picked between Bay of North and Steadfast, and they played basically like a mini Cast of Civil War match. I think that was a pretty cool way to get some people involved as well in a tournament that was also very based on just like, there was a cutoff point of like, you just got picked. There was not a qualifier for Cast of Civil War either, right? So, yeah. Anti-armor missile. Just going to drop down, going to hit a lot of the Zealots and Stalkers. And the Bioforce will try and step up. I mean, this is just a case of when these force fields fade, we are very likely seeing a Heromarine who's going to overwhelm. We're looking for a feedback with this High Templar, but the Raven's already out of energy, so it's not going to make a large difference. If that Raven was full of energy and you take away the anti-armor missile and whatever, then that's great. But the anti-armor missile already scared this Protoss army back. As Rebellion hits the supply block, and if Heromarine just keeps pushing his tanks towards the natural, this game is going to be forced into a fight that Rebellion just can't win. Drop 1 medevac and Marines up into the main base. Marines will just continue after those probes. The tanks are going to get jumped on. Zealots will get there. The sentry's coming through. Amaya will continue to sit and fight as we are going to come forward. The sentry's going down. Stalker's getting hit. The mothership is going to get jumped as well. Heromarine takes game 2 of this best of 3 and is going to be moving on through to the round of 8 today, where he'll be playing against. Still no result between Geralt and young Yakov. Of course there's not, because they're probably playing like 40-minute games of StarCraft 2. What the hell are they up to? Looks like Geralt actually just won that one 2-1. So we'll have that result coming through for us in a second. What's all the subs come in pairs lately, apparently. Yo, Anilio131, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. And Ice Bear North, thank you so much for the fresh new subscription. I've been saying a lot lately, guys, but that 700 subscriber count is awesome to get to because it really helps us just do more consistent tournament organizing. It's just a good number to be at. It gives us like a good baseline of money per month that we're getting. So if you've got a Prime sub, consider helping us out with it. Help us push that sub count up towards 700. Get that Prime sub going for free. Or, if you're feeling generous, you can sub more regularly with your own hard-earned cash. We appreciate it. It goes towards us keeping on doing more StarCraft 2. Alright, yeah, I guess we hop to EU for Heromarine versus Geralt, and we go into that, and otherwise, Mana beat Lemon 2-0, so Mana's into the round of 8. We'll play Ryong or Percival. Dark is playing Lunacy, winner of that plays Jumi, who beat out Nikorak today. Alright, looking good, looking fun. Alright, let's kick off into the European server for Heromarine versus Geralt. I think is a reasonable approach. Thanks for the content. I can't talk anymore. You provide so much entertainment, enjoying my week. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Central fun to watch the guys not at the top. Yeah, I like the guys. I honestly think that's always a very fun way to approach things. I presume Heromarine and Geralt are going to play on EU. Sweet. Hell yeah. Alright guys, let's I'm just gonna run some ads just because we are still gonna be waiting for videos, etc. Actually, the best part about having Heromarine play is we can always just jump on his stream to see what the situation is. Bum 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 ba bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Any update on the Lambo Hero final from the Boomer Club? I've literally written it down to sort out a date. Yeah, I've written it down to some Lambo message. I've been a little bit lazy on it, lazier than I should have been. I know it's been a week. I just told myself I'll give Lambo a day or two to get to Korea. Then I was like, yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. And then I've just been busy this week. Yeah, Lambo's not home until like the 16th, but he wants to play in Korea, so I'll try and get that sorted out. Try and get that sorted out. Apparently, Dog's going to play Jumi as well, so that's another round of 8 match setting up. Beautiful. Beautiful. If you've never tried this game, you're an AoE 2 player? Hell yeah, welcome to StarCraft. Yeah, StarCraft's very, I've never really tried AoE, but when I've watched AoE, I guess I really haven't really watched AoE 2, but I always feel like AoE is a much more kind of slower, grander kind of form of RTS than StarCraft, which is much more fast and... StarCraft 2 is just fast. Speed, fast. You know, those really are words that just resonate with StarCraft, aren't they? Clem won't play today. Nope, this is just a qualifier. Clem's already qualified for the second group stage, so you won't see Clem in this spring championship until week 2, basically. So in about a week's time. I presume Clem's probably going to play tomorrow's WardiTV Mondays, though. I need to actually make the sign-up links for that, which I've not done just yet. Hell yeah. Alright, I believe videos are underway, guys. There's some discussion about, there was some discussion about, because Geralt was playing in the Cranky Ducklings tournament, which unfortunately overlaps. It's kind of rough because I think that's just every Sunday, and it's very difficult for us to really... It's difficult for me to not stream on Sundays, because Sundays is a very good day, and this is just my regular stream time. So when I make all the qualifiers, I just... and other events, it's very difficult not to overlap with other stuff in this time frame. It's one of those tough things where it's like, we always, you know, we never really want to hurt other tournaments or overrun, but I have a stream time, and unfortunately my stream time nowadays just means I have to have a tournament to stream with as well, you know, so... Yeah. Do 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 ba boom 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 boom. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, by the way, for this to get sorted out, I'll show you guys the players who are already set to play in the WardiTV Spring Championship, just in case you're interested. So, these are players so far: Zan and Shin, Rogan Classic, Creator and Bunny from the 3 qualifiers that have already concluded. And then we're going to have from WardiTV Mondays, Maxpax, Beyond, Solar, Q, Showtime, Skillus. Again, we are going to have Beyond versus Skillus and Maxpax versus Showtime, because these guys all finished 2nd place in a Monday. They will play seeding matches to join Hero and Clem. They won 2 Mondays each, which was the need, or is what qualified people into Group Stage 2. So the winners of those show matches will qualify some players into Group Stage 2 and just bypass a group stage, which is obviously very nice. So we'll have those best of 5s later today, at least Maxpax versus Showtime. Skillus and Beyond said they'd be playing today, but I'm not sure when they'll be playing, so it kind of depends if it lines up with our stream or not. If it doesn't line up today, we'll cast it another time, but yeah, obviously we'll just get that sorted. TLDR. That's what's going on. Oh. Lobby is up here for Geralt versus Heromarine. TVP kicking off right now. Ready, GLGL gets called. And we get ready to jump on into Ultra Love. So, Ultra Love to open up this series, Terran versus Protoss, and get this underway. In the top right-hand side, I'm a red Terran player. This is going to be Heromarine. And Heromarine, I think, is one of the biggest, the biggest defiers of Geralt of all time. I believe if you look at these two guys on the Ligulac, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, maybe I'm remembering this incorrectly, but I'm pretty sure, go to Heromarines at Ligulac page, which I'm already on, so give me a second. If you look at his rivalries, yeah, his biggest victim of all time is Geralt, who he's won a difference of 73 maps against, which is pretty crazy. Gonna get the exact results between these guys up here for a second. It's definitely a difficult matchup as Geralt representing Streamer Zone, obviously Heromarine representing Mouse. Heromarine is okay. He is 42-1 in series against Geralt. Geralt beat Heromarine in 2020 in the Red Bull Zelnaga Finest. That was a great tournament. That was a tournament me and Roddy put on alongside Red Bull during the COVID era. Yeah, so that was back then. That was the only time Geralt ever beat Heromarine, which means that right now Heromarine is on a 38 match series winning streak against Geralt. That's pretty nuts, no? That is pretty nuts. Alright. What's up, Wash? How you doing? What's the status of GSL and World Championships? GSL, we have no idea. eSports World Cup will happen this year, but the ESL Pro Tour is no more. It's the TLDR version. So eSports World Cup will happen, no ESL Pro Tour or Circuit, and no confirmed events leading into the World Cup or anything. But fear not. So the WardiTV circuit is here. Well, not yet. Well, kind of. Not in full operation yet, though. Our time is now, guys. It truly is time for us to do what we can. Nobody beats Geralt 38 times in a row. Well, yeah. Maybe that's a way to look at this. Starpod coming up. Command Center coming through. Add a couple Marines in. Twilight Council coming through as well as the Adept is going to come across. Jumps onto that Reaper. And the Reaper will be chased away up to the northern side. It's just going to get pushed out of here. Again, our Cyclone and a couple of Marines continue to come through. At that starport on. The Adept still making moves. The Twilight Council probes and the Stalker coming up as well. Add the Warp Gate on as well. Dark is in the event. Dark's been in the qualifier today, yes. He's been signed up to a couple of the qualifiers, but he's not actually ended up playing in any until today. But good to know that he's been interested in playing, because if nothing else, that gives me a reason to invite him. I like Dark. Oftentimes when I invite Dark, he has a problem of just something he just can't play a lot of the time nowadays. But obviously, super happy to have Dark in here if he thinks he can play. Not gonna lie, he's one of the this is why signing up to the qualifiers is important, because you know, even if Heromarine doesn't qualify today, the fact he chose essentially that he wants to play has a very good chance of him getting an invite. Because, you know, I'd love to see Heromarine in the WardiTV Spring Championship. The caliber play that should be there. That's why playing in the qualifiers is important. Because it's not just like, you know, there's a reason we prioritize play from the qualifiers too. It also just tells me that, you know, people want to play these events. Like, I've got no idea if, you know, Gabe's playing tournaments right now, if he cares about being invited or not. And it gets very old trying to, those Marines, by the way, they disappear for a second as they walk over that little clip. It's funny. You know, these, you know, running tournaments gets very old when you message people for the fourth time in a row and they're like, I still don't want to play your tournaments. It's like, okay. Like, because I feel like I'm annoying them at this point, right? So, that's the good part of That's the good part of running these qualifiers. It's basically like a... I mean, players can also reach out to me as well, just... You know, it's rough trying to, you know, invite people and then not knowing... Like, I don't care if they say no, but I feel like I'm annoying them by asking them a game. They're just like, no, of course not. So yeah, that's why I like when people sign up to qualifiers. It lets me know a little bit more. Our Stalkers, get rid of the medevac! Oh ho ho! Trying to say if that siege tank goes wrong. We are going to move up into the natural here, where we get one Stalker before the warp is good. We're just going to target fire down probes. So Geralt is still going to take damage from this. Obviously, getting rid of the medevac with the tank inside is a nice little addition. Made a very smooth move on that, as 5 probes have ended up falling. Now the rest of these probes have to pull away. Those Marines all going down. The Reaper will step into this main mineral line. One more probe goes down again just there, so just going to see that gain knocked away at. And a couple Stalkers coming back over. Raven, Marines, Siege Tank, extra barracks, all coming up. As you do see the Stalkers blinking toward the top side, toward the natural expansion at the moment. Just jump over, deny the bunker for a few moments, but with the tank behind, I think we're going to be safe enough here. I don't think Geralt has enough to truly kind of push in. But poking around, obviously the bunker is still very close to finishing. Get that finished up. A few Marines jump into the bunker. And our Stalkers pull away over on the sides. Stalker still join up. Raven overhead. Tank is going to be nearby. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 coming through. The Reactor coming up on the starport. Again, Stim and Combat coming through. The factory dropping a tech lab in. One Stalker on the top just going to be chilling as everything comes across. Our Colossus Corona boosting still at charge on the way out. Add some additional gateways on as well. And we do have our Prism around that right-hand side, just ready to go, dropping into the main base in the next few moments, so we get that set to rumble. And all of those upgrades are going to make this bio-army a lot stronger in the near future with the Stim, Combat, and +1. Again, we just get settled. Medevacs coming through. A few Stalkers sitting down the low ground. We have a battery coming into play, the pylon. Comes up. There's a couple of turrets come down. Stalkers move back again. The +1 attack upgrade still coming through. The tank, the Marines, the medevacs coming over. Accident thermal lance and +1 coming up as well. We're just going to be seeing our Colossus and Zealots and Sentry regathering. Big push coming across as Heromarine is pulling some of the SCVs. Has to pull them from the main base as well because of the Zealots, but just believes he can push forward and win this fight right now as he dives through. A couple Stalkers begin to disappear. The SCV showing up a little late in this fight, but we are going to get the tanks in a very good aggressive place. 4 tanks already getting to siege. There's actually a 5th tank showing up as well. Man, there's a lot of firepower here. We've not sieged a lot of the other tanks yet. Gonna start doing that now. I actually think we should just siege all the tanks at this point, no? I mean, single target, I guess, is good against the Zealots, but just having some tanks to be able to hit the Colossus, because right now, the bigger issue I think that Heromarine is having is that the Colossus did a lot of work against the Marines. GG gets called, and Geralt gets the opening map over Heromarine. Wow, well, maybe an upset in the making. When was the last time these two played? Yeah, to be fair, they've not played since May of 2024, Open Cup Europe 229. So it's been a hot second since these guys have played each other. We're going to go to El Dorado for game 2. Get this ready to go. So we will kick that off and get that underway here. And we'll head into our second game, guys. So, Geralt getting the first opening map of this best of 3. See what our second game shows us. Meanwhile, we have ourselves What else is going on? Still Ryung and Percival playing some TVT apparently. The winner of that will play Mana in the round of 8. Dark Jumi, Trigger Baby Marine, all playing on that bottom side as well. Alright, let's get set to a roll. El Dorado. In the bottom left-hand corner, we are going to have ourselves the Red Terran player who finds himself down a game. The SCV pool was not good. I feel like a bit of the fight happened before the SCVs got there, and I feel like the tanks... Like I said, there's some power to the single target, but maybe we should have just tried to play the siege and just set up around the siege a bit better. Geralt, if that 1-0 lead, can he get a win over Heromarine? Like I say, does not happen a lot as Heromarine goes to proxy and SCV barracks into the natural expansion of Geralt. So there we go. There's something a little bit exciting to start us off. And we'll see how well Heromarine can do off of this as I just have the probe coming down the ramp. Is going to check for it as well. So he's going to spot the barracks building. Uh-oh, Heromarine in some trouble here as the SCV just cancels the racks. Double gas on the way up already. So this is going to become a disaster here early on. Heromarine will cancel one gas as well. You just don't have a reason to have 2 gas now, as that is going to be a disaster. So just going to reset a little. Do at least use this SCV to engineering bay block, so we do something with it, as that will delay the Nexus on the low ground by a little bit at least. Drop that Nexus down. Cybercore very much so just on its way up currently. As we have the SCV still moving over. So just going to bring that straight on through. And here we take a few moments to settle down. Reaper in the orbital continue to come about. Command center coming through as well, so we bring that over. We'll just have ourselves the orbital again about to finish. The Adept and the Warp Gate coming through as well, so we keep all of that coming through for the moment. And Reaper just cruising about. Stalker and the Warp Gate added on. Nexus and the pylon coming up. We'll just go shading once more. A couple CCs building through. The reactor coming up. Twilight Council is added in from Geralt, so we get that Twilight Council brought online right here. And Depth will shade up again. It's going to put a little bit of pressure on that reactor finishing. And do see a couple of Marines on the way out. So bringing those Marines through. A couple of CCs coming up as well. So we're going to be playing triple CC. Just going to try and play super greedy after the initial denial, which I don't hate. Play defensive, play a bit greedy, try and get yourself back into this game, which is obviously opened in a bit of a weird manner. The Reaper and the 2 Marines together just going to push that Adept away, and the Stalker plus Adept will get rid of the Reaper. I mean, this is obviously a little bit of a problem. High ground vision gain. 2 more Marines really need to show up like right now to help this out. Start to push away at the Stalker, but is it enough firepower? Stalker has high ground vision thanks to the Adept Shade. If the Adept Shade has a little bit of shields coming back on, I mean, we can lift the depots again here, but Heromarine has to keep on giving up units to deal with this, and that's obviously not ideal. As the reactor takes hits, the Marines are going to pop out. We're actually going to kill a Stalker, which will help a lot. This other Stalker has to run down the ramp, and now we have just a Marine off that Tech Lab starboard. A few SCVs will pull through. That Stalker will actually end up pushed away, but again, we're trading units. I actually would have thought that this was a... Yeah, I actually thought this would have been maybe a little bit better for Geralt, but he did lose a Stalker and an Adept, so it wasn't as expensive. Marines will gather, ready to jump into the bunker. Impact +1 coming about. The factory coming through. Continue to bring that over. As our Nexus just settles. Still got that blink, still got that obs. Continue to come by right here. As that blink finishes up, we'll get the Robo Bay, we'll get the Forge being added on too, so both those coming up. We'll see Geralt a chance to tech up right now. Definitely not the best of starts from him, but we'll see what we can do. Continuing out, not the best of starts from Heromarine, and we'll see what he can do continuing out from this. I do feel like Geralt, like I say, did not love that he lost that Stalker. I feel like that should have been something you just keep alive. It's the sort of thing which maybe isn't a big deal, but if you keep that Stalker alive, it regens some shield. The 2 Stalkers would have stuck around so much longer again, right? Would have been even nicer, even better. Of course, Heromarine is sitting on triple CC, so the fact we didn't do major damage really as well means that Heromarine also just recovers from the opening nice and easily, or much better than you might initially think. Colossus +1 charge. Geralt clearly knows where he's heading to. Obviously, Heromarine going to have that 3rd base operational in these next few moments. Should be able to make this work a little bit from there. Five's going to come through. A couple of shots coming about. Stalkers coming about as well. I'm just going to stim up once again here. The extended thermal lance, the +1. The charge continue to come over, but I'm just going to get a little bit of a grab there as well. Just going to get rid of the observer. We'll be able to get, like I say, a nice little grab on that one as we continue through. So Bio joined up together, a couple of medevacs nearby. Stalker's got to be careful. We got a couple SCVs. I do feel like right now SCV damage is so minimal overall because, you know, we're killing SCVs for the gain of, you know, for the gain of then losing Stalkers, and the SCVs get replaced because triple CC's been kind of powerful the entire way through. Bio gathers back up. Zealots, Colossus, the Immortal join together as well. And this is going to be a, definitely, like I say, a nice little position for Geralt, for Heromarine so far. Just feel like he's pushing back nicely, recovering from the potential proxy in the first moments of this game. Very well thus far. And just unloads on the watchtower. Everything else gathering together. And yeah, Storm, +1 armor coming through as well. Marine Marauder still coming up. The Bio will get healed. Some Marine Marauders still getting healed up there. The Zealots charge in towards the command center. The SCV will go down. A couple more of these SCVs falling. And the Bio comes across. I'm going to go grabbing a couple of those Zealots already. 6 SCVs going down, but the drop in the main base currently unanswered. We warp in a handful of Stalkers and a High Templar. We're going to lose a lot before this is done. We overcharge the High Templar. Feedback's both medevac. Storm not quite ready. We lose a lot of probes. We're going to lose a good amount of Stalkers too. I do not hate that Heromarine just stands here and fights. As now we're going to see the top right side. We recall what an Immortal and a handful of Zealots. It's barely enough. Going to hit the Widow Mine on the Zealots. Force fields come down to buy you a few extra moments, but there's a gap on the top side. We can slip through, and if we go into that Immortal, it will go down, and then Zealot Warp is unlikely to be enough overall, as Heromarine is just picking Geralt apart bit by bit. Goes back into the main base. Colossus are bugging out because they are stuck a little behind the mineral line. Geralt may clean up, but again, it's at a huge expense. Definitely not being a cheap process, as Colossus will fly through a few of those Marauders. Not enough yet, I think, for Heromarine to keep going. But like I say, damage is done. 20 workers have died. And medevac that goes down here is actually none of them. I thought the front medevac might fall, but it did not. Regather in the center. Again, the medevac's coming through. A couple high tempos coming out. Vikings on the way. The missile turret coming up. CC coming over as well. Prism going to rejoin. Our fourth base is about to finish as well from Heromarine, so he'll be able to move that forward in a second. And obviously Geralt is... I don't know how strongly Geralt could step onto the map right now. His army supply does not look great in this moment, so I don't think there's going to be much opportunity for him there either. You would have seen the Prism at the factory, so the medevac's actually getting seen as a benefit to Geralt at least. With Ghost out, obviously, trades become a lot easier for Heromarine from here as well. Move up top, gonna get rid of Pylon. Marauders on the low ground go down. I was gonna say that Disruptor Shot has potential. Hits a lot of Marauders. They do not die because there's no other damage done to them. Step back across, we get another Zealot. Still posturing here though in the middle of the map currently. Nice EMP. Step through. Cannon goes down. Another Storm or two coming down again. All those Disruptors. Not really doing much at all. Convincing fight from Heromarine. Completely one-sided. The Colossus just melted the Vikings. The EMPs didn't even all have to be used. Heromarine will kill this base and probably just step forward. There is a Disruptor that just spawned, and that's pretty much the only thing that can maybe save Geralt right now. It's about as good as a Disruptor Shot you're going to find. Hits every single remaining Ghost. Obviously, Vikings can land for extra DPS. It's still a massive army supply differential favoring Heromarine. But, yeah, that Disruptor really was as good as it gets. Anything worse, and this game is over. Now Geralt gets to live. I'm not sure if he's going to live in a very happy position, but he's got potential to actually clean up this army. And we'll lift here and just unload, but the majority of the unload went into the low HP medevac, which then gets targeted. And we have ourselves just continuing through Heromarine, still looking as though he's going to get it done. Just, I say, a few moments later, that Disruptor Shot really did pack a bit of a punch. More shots, Storm's coming down, Marauders getting hit, the Zealots will charge forward, feedbacks on all of our medevacs as we continue to step through. High Templar drops, Archon drops, and Heromarine just extremely comfortably ahead. And hard to imagine that this is going to go any other way anytime shortly. Bio will step up, Pylon going down, a bunch more of the probes taking damage as well. The probes taking shots, the Colossus still taking damage, a few more probes going down. 23 workers have still fallen here as Geralt comes back up. The assimilator drops, ship weapons +2, 3/3 upgrades coming online, advanced ballistics as well. Giving those liberators an opportunity right here as that +3 attack upgrade starts up on the Forge. That really is some crazy belief on the Forge upgrade, isn't it? How's Geralt holding on? I think a lot of this right now is just Heromarine lost his tech. Like, he lost the ghosts, right? So, taking a moment to rebuild those. Now as he drops in the main base with ghosts available, this should be difficult. There is a couple Colossus and there's no Vikings, so you could argue that that part might be a little bit tougher for Heromarine, but where did that storm even come from? I've got no idea. Oh, whoa, whoa! Another nice disruptor shot. Holy. Obviously was not the prettiest of fights from Geralt, but it does once again do the job. Eventually, though, he's going to say GG. And Heromarine will win, even after kind of losing the fight in the main base. We're going to get set down to 1-1, tied up in this series. Alright, so we'll jump into game 3 in a sec, guys. Let me just run ads and also let me misclicked on my other account. God damn it. It's broken. It's definitely going to be game 3. One misclick and everything's gone wrong. Alright, let's hop into our third and final game of Heromarine Geralt in the round of 8. Winner of this plays in the qualifying match after. The red town play in the bottom left is Heromarine. Taking on our blue Protoss, Geralt. No crazier start this time around. No proxy cancel and so on. This Reaper will get there, able to get a little grab. Probably cancel building through. Next is on the way. And we see pretty much a standard start here so far. With that Twilight Council obviously being an intriguing point to see where Geralt does. Was we expect Blink, but maybe a world where you can mix it up a little bit as well. We will see. Reapers just head back down to the south. In fact, Helene will start a poke. Onto this Adept. That should be a kill. Nice grab. And the blink is coming through. The Stalker is on the way up. Had that warp gate into play as well. So we continue to get that online here for the moment. Stalker will push the couple of Reapers back the other direction. Medevac finishing in a few moments. Again, the blink coming through. The gateways coming up. Two Reapers, the Helene continue to join. The blink and the warp gate comes through. Robo facility coming about. The gateway as well. Medevac just coming straight in. A couple of Widow Mines will begin to burrow. A couple of probes going to get chased. Marines unloading. And we'll just be seeing our Widow Mines burrowing up once again as battery doing a lot of healing, but the Widow Mines will just stay unburrowed and obviously keep these probes at bay. The longer you keep those probes at bay for the better. They're just denying mining time as finally the Sword will show up. We energy overcharge the battery. Get 2 probes, 1 Widow Mine still active here. Will be able to burrow and get 1 more probe kill. Very nearly was 2. That was a lot of mining time lost, and the Medevac is still in the corner, so not bad at all. So just the Marines, not the Widow Mines, but still a possibility to come back and harass again. So we're just going to hit the Reaper Helene taking damage. Medevac actually ended up coming back down to the bottom side. We'll have our unload happening. The Robo Bay and the Nexus continue to come through. Add a couple of probes on. Hold down supply depot. Going to land onto one of those depots. The Mule comes into play as well. And the charge coming up at the Observer through. Robo Bay and the Nexus continue to build right now. As we will see our Reaper just getting grabbed. Stalker about to finish up. Charge very much so on the way through right now as well. All of the upgrades coming through from Heromarine, so Stim Combat +1. We had the charge and the Colossus in as well, so again we continue to bring that through for the moment. Keep that going. I feel like Geralt's in a pretty rough spot. His army supply right now is lacking hard, and as the upgrades finish, we'll have to see him play a bit of catch-up on that, otherwise he's going to get overrun in a big way. Stepping up, Raven just going to be that. Step across. Coming over, a couple Stalkers move again. The Marine Marauder Medevac coming up there. The Rack's coming over as well. Need to get this settled. I mean, we have enough Zealots to even do anything. This Bioforce in position is just going to completely overrun. And Heromarine will weather the storm. That was looking to be Geralt getting the first win in this history between these guys in many years. But Heromarine comes back strong and is going to go 2-1 into the qualifying best of 3. That will be a qualifying best of 3 between Heromarine and either Mana or Ryung, who are currently in game. I'm not sure if we've got a Indy was with me, so I don't think we've got a stream on that right now. Let me go do some peeking. They are about 6 minutes in game at the moment, so we'll be waiting for them to pop out and then we can go from there. Figure that out, see what we can do. I guess we'll just take a chance to run some ads, guys, because we're going to be waiting for the players to come out of game at the very least here, so we'll have to take a few moments and we'll be able to resume. As Heromarine will be in the qualifying match. Dark and Trigger on the qualifying match on the bottom side, guys. We'll be doing their series second, because they were ready to play, so I let them start. We'll grab those replays, we will cast Dark versus Trigger. Just, no point making them wait around for, nothing, basically, you know? May as well let them get started. It's just a little qualifier. It's not, the Monday or anything. We're not trying to make this as long as possible for the guys. And you don't have to play the finals, so you're really making them wait just to be kind of done. So yeah, Dark and Trigger will start. We're actually going to go into Heromarine versus Ryung, because Ryung just 2-0'd Mana. That just got confirmed. And we should be able to head into this TVT then very shortly in this qualifying best of 3. Ryung has come so close in a lot of these qualifiers. Will he be able to get done against Heromarine today? It's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge. For sure. Alright, awesome. Again, I hope you guys are doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. Perfect. I just saw something while we're waiting. Awesome. AW ESUM. So, we should be able to get resumed soon. I imagine we're just waiting for Heromarine to hop on over and get some videos going. That shouldn't take us too long. We're just gonna take a little break. Couple moments. Heromarine has a bunch of Pokemon in his camera. I love it. Bum 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 bada bum bum bum. Cool. Alright, so TVT coming up here initially. We'll again just take a moment or two and get that sorted. Appreciate you guys again dropping by. And I appreciate your patience between series. Obviously sometimes it takes a few moments to get things underway. Kalov, thank you so much for the 46-month resub. Appreciate you guys. For the 46, coming up to 4 years, crazy. How many of those bigger resubs we see nowadays. It's wild. Awesome. All right. Yeah, we'll just take a few moments, and we'll. I believe videos are already starting now, so we shouldn't be too much longer. So, guys, appreciate your patience. Do 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 do. Say in a second to chat with people. Again, guys, we'll just take a few moments here. When am I going to come out and confess my undying love for PvP? It's definitely a question mark. Not sure if that's going to happen anytime soon. Alright, we got everyone in this lobby, so let's get this ready to go. Go, ready, GL gets called. I'm gonna kick into Amygdala here for game number 1 of this best of 3 qualifying series. Let's go to the loading screen and get settled into some Terran versus Terran. So, we hit up into Heromarine versus Ryung. We get this started, and we are going to begin with the red Terran in the top right-hand corner of the map. Cool to see him playing today. Will he make it into the WardiTV Spring Championship? This is Heromarine. In the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Terran player is Ryung, representing Vitality. Out to Ryung. Showing up and playing in so many of these qualifiers. If there's one guy that has earned an invite from these qualifiers, even without qualifying, Ryung is absolutely at the top of that spot. I mean, he has been top 4 today. He made it to the qualifying match today. He made it there yesterday. I feel like he was there the day before, no? I know, the day before he went 1-2 against Bunny in the round before the qualifying match. And the day before that he was in the qualifying match against Shin. So, like, he's been in the qualifying match 3 out of 4 times. He's definitely a player that will be, yeah, definitely a player that will, we'd love to get back. And, yeah, I think pretty safe to say that Ryung is probably going to get an invite spot, guys, so... For him, not so much pressure. I mean, I think whoever loses here will likely probably be in the tournament. I think we're going to... I do think I'm going to... I didn't realize my group started on Wednesday. With it starting on Wednesday, I think I'll, I think, yeah, with my group start on Wednesday, I think what we'll do is we'll actually do 2 more qualifying spots from tomorrow's WardiTV Mondays. Just the top 2 players in the tournament in WardiTV Mondays that are not already qualified will qualify. How can that backfire? multiple people have that same and in the same position, then they'll just have to play a tiebreaker or something, I guess. Yeah, I guess we just do that. It's fine with me. I just want to give people, as much chance to qualify as possible. If we can get people to join the tournament via playing rather than just picking and choosing, I think that's good. So, anyways, let's get into this TVT. As the opening moments have been very similar on both sides of the map. You can look at the production tab and be like, whoa, a true mirror matchup. As they continue to do exactly the same as each other. Their timing's extremely close. Obviously, there's always going to be a little bit of SCV and mineral micro difference here or there. But in general, these guys are matching each other structure by structure, worker by worker, up until this stage of the TVT. So 2.5 minutes and everything is on track. Both expanding fairly early. Difference is Heromarine expands low ground while Ryong expands high ground. So Heromarine taking a bit of a risk by expanding low ground, but this will pay off for him because he's going to be now on a low ground expansion. He doesn't have to spend 10 to 15 seconds flying the CC down. That's 10 to 15 seconds where he's going to have an additional SCV in production, for example. So that's going to be one of the first things to differentiate these two players, and obviously that does not seem like a big difference. But it is the difference right now, You've got to point out whatever difference we can see. Both players went into Hellion production as well, by the way, which is not too crazy here. You've expanded quickly. If your opponent shows up aggressively, those Hellions do a lot to protect you. You can also see that they both did similar scouting, where they both checked towards the third base location, checking for Reaper proxies, and otherwise they're very happy to just let this game go on. They're not super concerned or worried about that, as a couple of additional Hellions will be popping out. The Raven's on the way through, and the Barracks is going to relocate back a little bit. It's going to figure out where it would like to jump to in the next little while. Oh, Raven about to finish up. The couple of Hellions will finish on the factory as well. It's actually going to be, 6 Hellions coming across the map, so 6 Hellions each. They're both still doing the same thing. There really is very minimal difference between them. Gas timing's been a little bit different. Heromarine a little bit faster there. He's up that 1 SCV I mentioned. And he has the Raven here for this fight, which helps a lot too, so you're actually going to be benefiting with... I actually think he lost 1 more Hellion though, right? So he lost 1 extra Hellion, but he killed a Reaper. Couple of Marines going to be there. Chase the Raven away. And Raven and the Matrix continue to come up. The Cyclone in production as well, so we just bring all of this through. Have that Raven still nearby. Interference Matrix will come up in a few moments. And those 2 Ravens are going to settle on the natural. Siege tank coming about. The unit's just going to gather up there. The Starport going to swap over to the reactor, and the Barracks going to swap over to the tech lab. So we'll just make that move right off the bat. Ravens move forward, the siege tank nearby. A couple of Vikings tanks coming through at the moment. The stim packs continue to build as well. Command center is very much so currently on its way. Hellions and Cyclone just joined together. We are going to step through a little bit. Cyclone locks on. Just going to step up. Just going to be seeing a couple of those Hellions getting knocked down. The siege tank going to do a good job as well, hitting those couple of Hellions again. And now the Ravens will come through the top side of the map, and they're going to head into this main base where we will be able to drop some auto turrets down potentially and look to deal some damage. We're really posturing with these Ravens, but okay, he's going to get into the main base. Marine's going to put some damage onto these Ravens. Now the Vikings popping out as well. I mean, the real goal here would be to, if you could kill the Ravens, that's great. We're going to lose Stim, though. I actually think he could have saved that with a repair, but Stim... Oh, is it going to actually burn down? It is actually going to burn down. Heromarine... Oh, that was super savable. It's very sad. I think he just gave up on it, but probably didn't realize just how much he could have probably saved it. This push right now doesn't care about stim too much. We don't have medevacs yet. We're very low on the Marine count. You can take a good position and do a lot with your Raven advantage. Brilliant. It's very sad, I think, that 2 of these Ravens got away, because I actually think this from Ryung was... Actually, all 3 of them got away. Oh, he didn't kill a single one. Well, the fact you get away with that without it being actually impactful is pretty crazy, as this is a moment where Stim's going to show itself a little bit, but it's going to be fairly non-meaningful because we just have the auto turrets that can drop down and protect anyway. These Vikings probably want to lift. That siege tank's a little bit too scary. And we can still sit here and do well with these siege tanks, though, so we're still okay. Move the Vikings over, we get that vision back to hit the refinery again. Air control is just huge right now, and it's fully in Heromarines' favor. He's restarted Stim, going into combat shield. Gonna try and push this tank a little closer together. And another tank showing up as well. It's just going through, a couple scans coming down, the 1-1 upgrades and combat shield coming up. Here come the Ravens around the left-hand side. They're going to come straight through. They're going to drop double Matrix, so this is our chance to break out. This is where Stim does mean a lot. This is where Stim actually can have a lot of impact, and Heromarine has not been able to zone out those Ravens from getting those Matrixes down. Gonna land the Vikings in the natural again, just be like, hey, I'm gonna deny this gas. He's really been after this refinery, and I can understand why, because obviously knocking the refinery down takes away a lot of the potential and possibility there. I like that a lot as our upgrades finish through. Armory coming up as well, we'll continue to bring that online. Combat shield finishes, the 1-1 still very much so on its way. The SCVs come over. And again, +1 stim, combat shield, bit of everything continuing through for the moment. Continue to bring this about for now as the army will just head across the right side here from Ryung's. Just going to make some moves. Green tank Raven gonna go up the right side. I've got Matrixes available, gonna try and knock down some of the tank defense here. Well, we got Ravens available from Heromarine. He doesn't get close enough to really use them. Tank's gonna have to come down further back, but he's not gonna be in good position to protect his third base. Now, it was unfortunate because his Ravens had energy and he just couldn't get towards the tanks of his opponents. There's a bunker here, which is actually gonna be a little bit nice to actually help defend with. Bunker will hold for a little bit and just start to get rid of some of these Marines. The Vikings will land as well. I don't hate this as a defense. There's a few more Marines are showing up. And it looks as though so far we're able to push this back. Obviously the air control's been huge. Can Heromarine get out of his natural? That's the current problem he's facing. Now these Vikings are going to get overrun. And Ryung just finds himself in the position to deny, moving out of this natural and so on. 7 SCVs have gone down. The Marines now dropping on top of these siege tanks as well. Additional Marines are showing up. SCVs are very much so still melting away. 30 workers going down. The Marines are going to get rid of some more tanks again. It just doesn't matter though. Ryung has done enough here. Killing 30 SCVs is huge. And Heromarine is going to save the orbital, but yeah, the economy lost just that positioning. And the Ravens the wrong side. If they're on the other side and drop Matrixes, you can probably push into that a little bit. Tanks will siege, the Marines gather together, orbital going to relocate. Marine tank force continues to step through, just make a little bit of a shove. The rest of the Marine tank coming over. I mean, Heromarines army supply right now is still okay, but he's currently down 1-1 to 2-2 upgrades, so Marine fights aren't going to be great for him right now. He's got a drop in his main base. Like, he's going to be completely committed to this push, but, I mean, it's got potential at least. Gets rid of one of the siege tanks here. What have we got? Siege tank rise for Ryung. Only 2 on the map. Heromarines just losing so many reinforcements. Surely he can't do enough with this attack in time. Like, there's just so much needed for him to succeed. He is pushing on that bottom side as we speak, as his tanks get set up and obliterates a little Marine line. We've got 1 Raven left, soon to have 2 Matrixes. There's going to be a 3rd siege tank. I mean, you pretty much just have to commit to that. Heromarines not even going to try. You're just going to say GG. Ryung is going to take an opening game victory. on Amygdala for this Terran versus Terran, and Heromarine will find himself down a game once more in this best of series, heading into a game 2 in a few moments' time. Alright, we're going to be heading into this game too. Ryung asked for a moment, so we'll give this a second. We'll head into our second game. Today's qualifier is West Central West favored. We've been rotating the preferences on the servers, so 2 qualifiers have been Central West Central favored for the Korean versus European matchups. Today it's West Central West, so it does give Ryung a slight edge in that regard. As we take a couple moments for this game too to set up and get going. Ryung and Heromarine here. Ryung just joined the lobby. Heromarine says go go, ready, and go go is called. As you can hear, we're already bouncing into a second map of our qualifying series. Trigger versus Dark on the other side of the bracket will be something we cover for you guys after this TVT. So we'll get right to that after. Like I say, we're going to have some additional matches available after that as well. Should be some good fun. In the top right-hand corner, we are going to have our red Terran player who is down a game in this series. From Mousesports, it is Heromarine. Up against the blue Terran in the bottom left-hand side. We've got Ryung from Vitality. Alright, so can Ryung close this out and qualify after he's been attempting in every single match? Paper coming about. Going through for the moment. As he comes around. Marine's going to come up the Reaper as well, get rid of an SCV. Cracks going down. As we have our factories coming through. Actually just coming up on the barracks again, the refinery coming into play at the moment, so we get that underway. Get this settled. Factory going to drop down a tech lab. Orbital continues to come about. Starboard is on the way here on the side of Heromarine. Ryung is playing the second barrack, so much kind of biocentric, much more kind of bio-focused opener. A little bit of a different way of playing. See the orbital command, gonna go across, gonna drop down onto the natural here. Reaper grenades as we trade some shots. Obviously from Ryung, he wants to try and get in and kind of break through Heromarine early. Heromarine just needs to try and get a very good defense. Don't leave any openings. Don't let this bio play do too much. If you can stop that from getting too much done, you're going to be able to put yourself into a very solid position. So, let's see what the outcome will be as we settle down here. We're going to move over to the tech lab. Starport gets to the reactor. Marines in the tank. Knocking down some rocks as we step on through. Just making a move. Stepping up for the moment. I'm just going to salvage and Heromarine. Like I said, just needs to be careful because Ryung is going to have that stim pack power very shortly. So moving on the map, for example, is potentially going to be scary. So got to be a little careful about that. And the Marine. So continue to come through. Just going to step across. Tanks on the way up, and we'll have ourselves a couple of engineering bays coming up as well. Marines will just unload. The SCV goes down. It's going to be seeing the CC taking damage. The rest of the Marines continue to fire. CC drops. The refinery's just going to take some hits. The tank is going to be there. The refineries continue to take some shots at the moment. I'm just going to be there. A Raven comes back the other way. Again, 1-1 upgrades. Combat shield continue to come through. Again, still got Stim, Vikings, Tank, and Marine. Continue to produce. The couple of units coming over. Auto turret is going to get knocked down. Starport just moves across, getting out of there. As we drop a couple more depots into place. Combat shield is coming online. We have the upgrades on. Still got Marine, Tank, Medevac coming through. The barracks are coming up on both sides. What I like for Heromarine in this game is that he didn't succumb to the early bio pressure, which to me puts him in a pretty reasonable spot. Yes, the upgrades are going to be faster still from Ryung, but Heromarine will continue to maintain a pretty sizable advantage, which is the Ravens and the Vikings. He has that air control, same as last game. And obviously it didn't work out, thoroughly from last game. He still did lose that game, but map control usually is such a big advantage. Tanks will siege up, the Marines gather. Command center will drop, and the SCV is just going to repair that Raven. I was going to say, I was watching it fly around low HP, I'm like, please, just go get it repaired. You don't want to miss spellcasting because a couple of Marines hit that Raven down when you could have very easily protected it instead, right? As yo, Cranky Ducklings, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone, hope you enjoyed the Beyond Showtime finals there. Hope you guys had some good games. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. This is our qualifying match here on today's WardiTV Spring Championship qualifier. As we do see our Marines stepping through, another Marine going down. And the tanks will just be sieging. The Marines going to take some shots. The Vikings stepping over. Vikings going to shoot the medevac, taking some damage once again. Just going to be seeing the upgrades very much so still coming about. Army of Heromarine goes down to the bottom side of the map as well. It just continues to get settled. GT upgrades on the way up. The vehicle weapon upgrade coming by. Cover upgrades just continue from Heromarine 2. Add on the combat shield, add on the vehicle weapons. Heromarine supply lacks a little bit, but I still feel like the tech in his army is going to go a long way. He adds on another factory, as is Ryung. This DVT obviously yet to really see a big kind of epic finale come through, or anything of the sort. Still stepping about, a couple tanks will siege. He's actually going to come stepping forward. They fire some shots off. The tank's getting sieged up a bit further forward from Heromarine. Obviously, these fights can swing so quickly based on just who runs into tanks. We're going to start moving forward. The Matrix, there's only one tank left in the background here. There's a lot of Marines for Ryung. Doesn't matter with that anti-armor missile. The Ravens already showing exactly why they are kings. Very nicely done. As that Marine medevac force continues out down to the bottom left side. And Marine tanks still coming about. 2 upgrades and the +1 vehicle weapons coming through as well. Means the left side going to run into all those Marines of Ryung. A couple of medevacs going to just pull it back, boosting away already. A lot of army from Ryung in the bottom right as well. Ryung continuing to be the aggressor. I always like having the map control and the ability to move around so much. Moments like this where you just get to take position on top of a planetary is huge, but being the aggressor is not always easy because the opponent gets to sit in a defensive position a lot of the time and can do a lot from there, as this planetary fortress is going to actually die. Going to lose the 4th base. I'm not sure how successful Heromarine is going to be across the map. And there's only one tank sieged up here from Ryung. He's playing such a, I mean, all of his tanks just over here. If Heromarine can wipe this spot and then attack, Ryung's defenses are still going to be limited right now without a 4th base. Heromarine likely in some trouble. And he's just going to try and bust through these tanks, which will go fairly okay for him. Like I say, the big part of this following up is going to be, can you get across the map and take advantage now that you've just wiped out the tanks? A lot of these Marines are low HP at the moment coming out of that fight. And obviously the issue for Heromarine is if you're tank focused, you need to be able to get those tanks into position before you really take a fight. So now, Ryung holding map control is very important once again. As Heromarine steps up, that should be a dead siege tank. No! It's not going to get it. Eat some more shots, but the Vikings going big on the medevacs. Ryung's army supply is dropping hard. Do we have any Ravens left over from Heromarine? I believe they did all die. Like I say, the air control is nice, and we can try and edge our way forward, but Ryung is already threatening another counterattack. Heromarine just going to pull the trigger and step on up. I think that's the right decision. The sooner you just pull the trigger and go, the better. You don't want to let more of these tanks get settled in or anything of the sort. I mean, like I said, Ryung's counterattack is going to be pretty deadly as well. 2 more tanks right there, just going to stim. We might even just be able to lift up and unload on top of those tanks, but again, that's a decision to be made. Heromarine currently has to focus on trying to defend over on this side as well. Looks as though he's going to do this nicely, though, as he is going to push this back, and that's actually going to be a pretty comfortable pushback. Right now, those Marines step up. Heromarine running out of siege tanks himself, but he's actually going to drop in toward the main base. I actually think dropping on top of those tanks at some point could have been a play. Now tank starts to siege here. I don't think Heromarine got enough to keep fighting in this main, but overall, Heromarine supply is still looking great. He still has tanks over on this side. He could drop on top of these tanks 100%. I think that should have been the play a while ago. As Marines show up, now Heromarine can just pull back to his tank fire. Again, he defended on the other side of the map. The thing about that defense is it has kept a lot of his reinforcements over there. Remember that Heromarine is only on the 3 bases. He's lifted up the main orbital as we speak, and he's flying it towards a 4th base. That will be his makeshift 4th. As Ryung just sends another CC top left side. So Ryung has CCs for days. He's very well set up if this game continues to play. What Ryung is not well set up for is the very, you know, there's right here and now. And if Heromarine actually goes like top left with this next army, Ryung's going to get pulled apart. Like, he's only really got Marines. He doesn't have much of a tank line. He's not got money to build the tanks, so he's had a lot of kind of skipped tank production time. Why does Heromarine try and strike? He needs to be sieged up, though. There's a lot of medevacs from Heromarine and not a lot of actual firepower, so yeah, this was not ideal. We're going to boost. We're going to save the tank. So we will pull back. He's got more tanks over here, so again, he just left a lot behind. A little drop into the main base again. Ryung is buying himself time to re-establish himself in this game. He's doing what he needs to, which, you know, time is absolutely kind of on, you know, if Ryung can get the time, this game benefits him. So that's what he's trying to do, trying to threaten, trying to be annoying, trying to make Heromarine second-guess himself and movement, you know, move around in a weird way. Heromarine supply is fantastic, but the supply is the only thing that's really in Heromarines' favor at this moment. Like, if this goes on and Heromarine doesn't use this supply soon, this is a problem, because then Heromarine is going to be the one that needs to get more done, but then you'd be attacking in on more even supply. That's not great. This drop is going to come back across over here. Heromarine has moved out. He doesn't have enough to really deal with this straight away. Ryung is doing a fantastic job of just making... I mean, Heromarine has less units, but it feels like he has... Sorry, Heromarine has more units, but it feels like he has less because of how Ryung is moving and moving around the map and playing this. Heromarine realizing now, okay, surely, though, I do have something of an advantage, and he's realizing, okay, if I actually do just commit to the attack, it is going to go pretty well for me. The drop in the main base is now being cleaned up as well, so Ryung is going to be losing out on this. The tanks are siege should start denying the planetary fortress. Heromarine knows about the top left base as well, by the way, so that's already a location he knows to move to. And he comes back in, killing even more SCVs. The army supplies are getting closer together, but, I mean, the top left bases go down. Suddenly, Ryung is going to become a two-base Terran, or not, because the planetary holds top left. We can kill a lot of these long-distance mining SCVs right now as the tanks will siege. We do not get punished for that. We're just going to move them up to the top left and, again, deny that base. Heromarine knowing that right now his base setup is a bit better. Maybe not for long. Attack over the right side. Remember, this is not a planetary because we had to move it from the main base. However, we've got reinforcements showing up. With medevacs, I almost feel like Ryung should be able to fight this. Medevacs make a big difference when it comes to Marine versus Marine. Heromarine just mining so much more. He killed so many SCVs, and at this point now, he'll just make so many Marines. I don't think Ryung will ever be in too much of a chance of catching back up. I think this one is going to come to a close sooner rather than later. And it looks as though we're going to get a Game 3 between Ryung and Heromarine in this qualifying match. Fantastic game of TVT. Goes to show how cool TVT... I mean, I know a lot of people like Resident Sleeper TVT and whatever, but like this is the sort of TVT that's really awesome when you've got someone that's got kind of the mobility versus someone that's got the defender's kind of advantage. It makes you have to play in such different ways. As Orbital gets forced to lift off, Heromarine begins to turn back around as he recognizes, okay, you're coming across the map with a lot of units, but it is just Marines, which means that this is not too scary in terms of needing, you know, you can just run your own Marines into this, and as long as you've got the numbers, you should be okay. It's not like Ryung's across the map and taking a siege position you're going to have to break back out of. It does look as though that indeed has been okay. A lot of cleanup. 100 supply down. Ryung has been fighting till the bitter end. And looks as though we will have ourselves probably victory in the near future as Heromarine sets 179 to 71 supply. Some Marines coming up. The siege tank still coming through as well, so we bring all of that into play here. Orbital command going to go down to the right. Another tank sieging. Those Marines step forward. They are going to get absolutely blasted. GG, says Ryung. And Heromarine gets the tied-up game. And we are going to be going to a Game 3 of this qualifying series. Love it. All right. Full 3-game series. Gotta love that. Awesome. So we will head into Game 3 as we kick this off. Stop having ads when the game is live. What is wrong with you? Reported your channel. Great YouTube comment. I'd love to touch on that. I've not run ads on the YouTube since the last time we're out of games. So if you're seeing ads, that's probably from YouTube. I feel like report the channel is probably not going to do much about it. So, but I appreciate the passion. Go, go, ready, go, go. And we are going to go into game 3 of this series. Let's kick this off. Again, thank you for joining us today, guys, for our WardiTV Spring Championship Qualifier. Good to see you all. Appreciate you being here. Alright, hell, what's up? Gearbox, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Stop making fun of that. I wasn't making fun of anyone. I said I appreciate the passion. You know? I was, you know, it was a great comment and just letting them know that it's probably a wasted bit of effort, you know? Appreciate the passion. Alright. Bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player representing Mouse Sports. It's Heromarine, a map away from qualifying. Our blue Terran has been so close to qualifying so many times. In the top right side, our blue Terran player is Ryung. Fun to cast some Heromarine so far today. Ryung, he's been playing so much. Would be lovely to see him get forward one more time here as well. Who qualifies? Only the winner of this tournament. The top 2 players qualify from today. So this is a qualifying match, and then Dark versus Trigger is a qualifying match as well. So, we get set up into this game 3. Get this all settled here. Let's have our command center morphing into the orbital. We are going to see double gas of Heromarine, single gas from Ryung, so Ryung looking for the expansion base play, while Heromarine will be a little bit more tech heavy early on. One thing that we can kind of look towards right from the very get-go. Paper pops out, gonna head over towards the upper right hand side. Again, the command center coming through, the factory's going through on both sides. Yeah, that Hellion is on its way. The Reaper popping out here. CC continues to come in. As I just see the Hellion continue to produce. Command center is on the way up. The reactor building on the barracks. Let's get that all started. Factory swaps on over to the reactor. That's just going to move straight on over. Hellions will start up. Tech lab coming down on the racks. Our command center finishing in the main base as well, so we can move that over toward the low ground as well. And so it's got the reactor coming up on the barracks, factory getting that tech lab rolling as well. Bringing all of this through. Both those Reapers and the Hellion will be sitting on the natural. A couple of extra Marines are going to come out. Again, Marine, Cyclone, Medevac coming over. The Raven coming through. Hellions are building as well. Just settle here for a few moments. Going to be having the Hellions are stepping forward once again. It's just going to see what we can get up to as we have the auto turret coming down. And the Cyclone just going to step. Just going to see those Hellions are pushed. Raven coming through too. Marines in the main base going low, going after the depot. I see those armies still collecting together. Just going to see a couple of ravens moving about as well. Tank going to go down, so Heromarine trying to get forward, but good defense. It's going to be a fun one because we actually see, you know, a game here where we're going to see Ryung truly on the better Raven count. It's something we've just not had yet. The Liberator is going to do a lot, but the Auto Turret will get rid of it, and Heromarines attack not going to succeed. Like I say, the concern for me for Heromarine is that continuing in this game, we are going to have Heromarine for the first time not having any Ravens, and how much of an impact does that have? Because Ravens are huge. Ravens are so important. They do so much for you. Good to see a little bit ahead from Heromarine. He will see that. Heromarine will start to build Vikings. He will go for air control, but like I say, just the Ravens are massive. And I would not say that Heromarine really... In fact, Heromarines lost more in this game. So Heromarine, in an attempt to attack, to be able to do this attack, he had to give up a bunch of Ravens in the first place. Like, there are just so many factors here that are really not ideal at this current moment. So yeah, not a great... not great right now, as we will try and take position again, but we lose one Viking on the way out, just trying to get away. Not quite able to do too much else for the moment. And a couple of Vikings coming through, the Marine and the Siege Tank coming up as well. Seeing the couple of extra Vikings continue to produce, and the barracks coming up on both sides. Add those engineering bays on, command centers coming in. I can still get down into the center. The couple siege tanks moving back and forth. Medevac with a few Marines and a tank inside will also make its way across here. I mean, this is just a push and a half from Ryung. Heromarine has 4 siege tanks. He does have the additional Vikings. If he could poke away at a Raven early, that would be huge. He is going to step forward aggressively with this army as well. Forces Ryung to siege up quite far back to begin with. As well in siege, we pull back a little further here. Looks as though we're not going to go any further forward from Ryung, so both players are going to get their third bases up. Ravens are still... The great thing about Ravens is that, you know, a lot of units, if they're really good at one point in the game, or early in the game, which Ravens obviously are, you build them early, you don't usually rebuild them later until much later. Usually that's because they have a drop-off, right? But I actually think Ravens are just always going to be really good to have. So those really do just help you to power through the mid-game as well. Will give you some more options, some more safety nets to fall back on, for example. There's just a lot of benefits and positives from those. And 1-1 in the stim pack coming by. Get that set up. Tank will siege. So up on that top side, the few Hellions are going to go moving around. 1-1 upgrades and combat shield coming up from Ryung. Marines come by, they're just going to get some shots off. This army of Heromarines still gathering together as well. I think it's a very good shot right there. Come over to the right side. Viking, Marine, Medevac coming through. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield all coming online. The armory building from Ryung as well. Sensor towers in the center will just gather. Oh, that's where those Vikings are going to come through. 2 high energy Raven. Oh, sorry, just 1 high energy Raven. I thought we got 2. My bad, my eyes deceived me, but we do get 1 high energy Raven killed off quickly. We are going to see the first Matrix going down. 2 Ravens with energy left on them as Ryung tries to position around the right bottom side of this map. Now the Marines are going to stim back going the other way. Vikings are going to be there to shoot as well. A couple of siege tanks are going to get jumped on. Heromarine eating an anti-armor missile, but able to get rid of multiple tanks as Ryung tried to back off. And Heromarine is going to successfully take some good trades on that, so able to do well. And that 2-2 continues through. Marine tank medevac coming online. A couple of depots are going to come about. The Vikings gather. The medevacs of Heromarine go boosting up the right-hand side. Viking tank Marine very much so just continue to produce. Add the 2-2 upgrades on. This army of Ryung. It's back through the center, gonna get a couple Marines. Now Starport's building from Heromarine. Starport's building from Ryung. Continue to get down the bottom side. We're actually gonna come stepping through with these Marines. A few of the SCVs going down already. Gonna get rid of a couple Vikings as well. We'll continue to come across the Marine medevac and gathering the Hellions. Raven coming back too. Just gonna see that group of Marines holding up, and they're gonna pull over to the watchtower. Get rid of the Marine nice and easily. And we've got the 2-2 upgrades very much so coming through here still from Ryung, so we bring those across. A couple tanks getting added in. The CCs are building up. Marines will step forward as well. With the starports coming through from Heromarine, he's accepting and kind of just saying to us, hey, this is going to go later into this game. We're going to get those starports up. We're going to get those air units produced. And like, this is a commitment to the late game for sure right now. What the air unit counts out right now? 10 Vikings to the 5, 1 Raven currently from Ryung. He's building 2 more Ravens as Heromarine does the same. Still has to get that Interference Matrix upgrade because he didn't play the Ravens at the start of this. And with those sensor towers set up, we are absolutely in a point right now where we are going to be kind of across the board, ready to kind of play into the next moments of this. The Marines here are going to get blasted as the Marines go down. A couple of tanks will fire. Tanks pull back the other direction. Again, 3-3 upgrades continuing through. Additional Ravens coming up across the board. Starport's building for Ryung. Scans all over the place as we do have the Viking Raven Force pulling back over to the left here. We have the Marines actually looking to try and come down this ramp, and one Viking gets obliterated. The rest of these siege tanks getting jumped on, the tanks getting coated. We are going to be seeing the Vikings able to do a lot right now. On the bottom side, Ryung is trying to push through as well, and I think he's going to see better success there. The Vikings hold strong for Heromarine, as Heromarine is actually going to hold on over here for the most part. These Marines kind of giving themselves up close to those SCVs. But the CC lives. Heromarine just trying to stretch out to the 5 base, something that Ryung has yet to do. So if Heromarine can do that successfully, that would be great, as Ryung had a bit of a mishap right there as well. We just saw Heromarine giving a few units away. Now Ryung gives a few away. A few mistakes being made as the tanks will fire up once more. Planetary Fortress will take some shots. Tank goes down. The rest of the Marines going to pull back over the other side. Medevacs, Raven going through as well. We do have a couple of siege tanks very much so on the way out. The Ravens added in. 3-3 upgrades also producing from Ryung currently. The Royal Siege is going to get rid of one tank, going to get rid of a second. The Royal Siege is up once more. Tank still pulling back. Marines, Vikings, Ravens continue to come through. The extra Marines coming over as well. We'll knock down these rocks. Take those out as well. So again, just going to be able to open that out. So we have this little bit of a push continue to come down. And another missile turret going to get placed as well. So missile turret, sensor tower, both continuing up. Again, the ship weapons, the Vikings, all building through. Add a missile turret and planetary fortress onto that. The refinery's building as well. And this army's still moving around on the right side. Ravens are being added in from Ryung. A couple of Vikings are coming up. Armory is about to finish. Orbital command finishing soon. And we're just seeing a lot of additions being made. Ryung goes to 6 bases immediately, by the way. As he gets to 5, he goes to 6 very soon after. Wants to break down onto this position here, and it seems like that's good enough to break through a couple of tanks. Ryung has held that kind of high ground spot for a while, and the missile turret obviously makes it a little awkward as well for Heromarine to push into easily, but he's got a lot of Ravens right now. What are we going to do? Anti-armor missile. I think that was probably meant to be a Matrix, honestly, on that other siege tank, but it shouldn't matter too much. These few Marines now will break through, and that's the power of Ravens. They can basically make trades free for you. Like, you don't lose anything in that moment. As, uh-oh, those Ravens did not move away. They should get away in the end, as the Marines will busy themselves on the siege tank. The final one going down. Nice for Heromarine to remove that position, because that was starting to look a little bit strong, and a bit of a problem, because Ryung was really just camping on that and was able to maintain that spot for such an extended period. So that goes a long way, as the Marine tank will turn back onto a set of rocks. We open up those rocks, we open up this space onto the map. A couple more starports building up for Ryung. The Vikings still producing, the fusion core coming out. Headed back, Marines will load up and move toward the upper left side, and again this force gathers up at the moment. A few Vikings coming in so far. Fusion core finishing on both sides. You have a few SCVs getting blasted. I think that was Heromarine just giving up some SCVs so you can have an even larger army. You will see that army coming to the bottom right, but he's not responding to it really. He had the sensor tower to give him a bit more of a heads up than what he responded with, right? He started to pull back very late here, so bit of a mistake. The planetary itself can hold ground for a little while. The air fleet is ridiculous from Heromarine. 22 Vikings to 17, 12 Ravens to 10. So it's not too much smaller than his larger than his opponents, but it is still larger. And it is a lot of what he's working with now. Plus, he's got a Liberator mixed in, which is super cool for pushing back certain tank sieges and so. It's almost always a pretty cool benefit, a pretty big plus as well. Trying to move up again. Anti-armor missile is good. All those Vikings getting coated. The tank fire and Reasonable going to get a Matrix or two down. That lets you push forward aggressively. The only annoyance right now is the missile turret. Stop some of these Vikings coming through. We mass. Oh, wow. We mass interference Matrix. The Vikings are trying to take an edge in this fight. We're going to auto turret forwards as Heromarine, which does help you to fight against the siege tanks as well as the Vikings. And it looks as though Heromarine will push forward successfully. What's interesting is that at any point in time, Heromarine has more stuff on the map because he's got more supply in army, because he's got less workers. But because he's got less workers, rebuilding is an issue for Heromarine. It's going to be difficult for him to afford rebuilds, because he doesn't have as much income. So we've got a really interesting development here. I think what's huge is that Heromarine did not lose as many Ravens as Ryung did. So in this case where I'm talking about rebuilding, less rebuild has to happen from Heromarine. Drops the Vikings onto the ground. They absolutely obliterate that planetary fortress. As Heromarine is taking a supply lead at the moment, it's time for Ryung to maybe play crisis management time, where he is in a bit of trouble. But we saw in that second game just how well he could kind of keep Heromarine from winning, despite being behind, and maybe now is the time for that to come through again for Ryung a little bit. It might be a lot tougher though, because this is a much more well-established map for Heromarine. This is not as crazy and as hectic across the board as what we saw in the previous games, so that could potentially create some issues as Heromarine and Ryung look to get maxed out against each other. Now Ryung has been forced down to the same work count and hence the same army supply as Heromarine. He has a little bit of a bank left over, but now he needs to take better fights, because taking the same fights, he won't be able to rebuild out of them as much as he could do previously. The problem is his army is so much worse. It's 35 more Marines, but that means he's, at a loss of tech, and specifically the Viking count, and again, air control is just massive. This air control is the entire reason why we're pushing through siege tanks right here, and again, getting essentially just free pickoffs, a couple auto turrets, help finish those off, and Heromarine continues to escort his army into a position right now that is looking very, very dangerous. Oh, tanks on siege for a second. I mean, this is where the Marines can do well. If you get forward and overwhelm a little bit, Heromarine has to back it up, and he has to run the hell away. Yeah, the Marine count just a little scary there, and Heromarine maybe getting caught off guard by just how many Marines there really were. Does he have any tanks left? Oh my goodness, he doesn't have a single tank left on the map. Suddenly, your mass air army does not look as pretty when all of these Marines are chasing you down. Heromarine in full retreat mode as he doesn't have anything to stop these Marines. He lost all of his siege tanks across the map. We're going to try and land the Vikings, but they're struggling to get onto the ground in time. Ravens, what are we going to do? Absolutely nothing. Ryung with the fight back is going to be able to get enough done. Wow. Ryung felt like he was just being bullied in this, and Heromarine just had to deal with the Marine count, but too far forward against that many Marines. Gets broken down. It was not a defensive position. His opponent, despite having the less in the skies, was still able to get in, important spell casts off with the Ravens. And that is going to be absolutely brutal as Ryung swings this game back into his favor in the dying moment. He really was in trouble. And it looks as though Ryung, after so many attempts of trying to qualify, is going to make it through with his own top-down skill. He made a lot of great games in these qualifiers, Ryung. It's been a grindy few days for him. And as the orbitals will go down, the tanks will continue to play sieging games. Planetary Fortress on the bottom side here going to come under fire. The tanks will siege up once more. And again, the extra tanks continue to produce. Ryung is going to have Heromarine covered. Well played. I really felt like Heromarine had manipulated himself into the much better spot, but he was just not ready for that amount of Marines. Tank shots continue to come through. SCVs will continue to fall. Ryung has a siege up right here that looks as though it will guarantee him a place in the WardiTV Spring Championship. Planetary Fortress will fall down. 5 more Vikings, 6 more Vikings, 3 more siege tanks. Again, the production does not lie. Heromarine is obviously losing bases, losing economy. And we continue to push on forward. A couple of siege tanks will continue to drop. The Vikings are still stepping through here. The tanks from the high ground going to do a little bit more work as the Vikings pull back over. GG says Heromarine, and Ryung will take it. Pretty epic game. Pretty epic series, actually. Really fun series between these two. Really fun back and forth. Terran versus Terran. Ryung will qualify on the back of his own TVT. So congrats to him there. Ooh, god damn. What a day. What a day. And we're not done yet. We got actually quite a bit more still to come for you guys. Up next, we will go into Dark versus Trigger. So we're going to get that ready to go. Did I just bug out my StarCraft? I just bugged out my StarCraft. Ay. Alright, we'll take a few moments for some ads anyways, guys, and we'll get ready for the Dark versus Trigger qualifying matchup. So we'll get that ready to go in a few moments. Perfect. Trigger calls him the old man of the circuit. Yeah, cool to see Ryung qualify. Obviously, we'd love to see Heromarine qualify as well. We'll see how the invite situation is looking. We are going to have, so this is the last official qualifier, guys, but we will have, I think, because of the fact that I didn't realize it, but the schedule will allow us to do this. We will let 2 players tomorrow from WardiTV Mondays qualify as well. 2 players who are not qualified, just the highest 2 placing players that are not currently qualified. And if there's a tiebreaker needed there, we can figure that out. Maybe if it's 3, we could make it 3 anyway. But yeah, I think that's going to be what we do tomorrow. So we'll give people a chance to qualify through the WardiTV Monday as well. And then we will still have probably a couple of invite spaces left after that I can figure out as well. Incredible Game 3. Yeah, it was actually a really good series altogether. The entirety of the TVT was very good. There's the sort of TVT which is very fun to watch, even though that game was like that kind of slower, campier TVT where things slow down, not a lot happens, etc. It was still a very entertaining watch, right? Very, very fun. Again, guys, after this is our last qualifying match for today's qualifier, but after this, we actually have some extra bonus games for you today. We have tiebreaker seeding matches from WardiTV Monday finishers to see who gets Group Stage 2 seeding for the WardiTV Spring Championship. That will be Maxpax versus Showtime, and Beyond versus Skillus, both best of 5. They will be coming up when we finish with today's qualifying games, aka After Dark versus Trigger. So we actually got this best of 3, then 2 more best of 5s for you guys. So we got you guys a bunch more StarCraft 2, and again, building into the Spring Championship, starting up properly this coming week. So that is coming very, very shortly. All right, let's throw the game into play. I think we're good. As a follow-up to yesterday's stream, you think I I believe you truly should community fundraise, because at this point it's not pretentious. The scene in the community needs a pinnacle to rally around. Yeah, maybe. I don't like the idea of being the... I don't like the idea of being referred to as the pinnacle, though. I don't feel like I am the pinnacle. I feel like there's a lot of people that do a lot of good StarCraft stuff. But I think we're going to do the crowdfunding anyway. I think we'll see how it goes. If it doesn't go well enough, then that's fine. We'll just continue. The thing is, it's like, if it goes well, great. We can probably do some more stuff. If it doesn't go well, that's also fine. We'll just do what we were going to do anyway, right? Like, we will set a limit so that if we don't hit that limit, we won't take anybody's money. So, yeah. Sorry for the lexicon. No, you're good. I just, difficult for me to, have that same, point of view, I guess, you know? In the bottom left, we have got ourselves Dark. He battles against Trigger in this qualifying PvZ. And we've got action, because we've got a hatchery in the natural of the Protoss player. So Dark is going to go full Dark mode in game number 1 of this best of 3. Fellow probes will nibble straight up onto this hatchery, put some work in right from the start. And you see 2 hatches getting to build, so obviously one of those will be back at home from Dark. And he gets his pool and his gas on the way after, so just looking to be an annoyance. Going to force Trigger, at least try to get Trigger out of where he wants to be, you know, out of his comfort zone early on. Result in the 5 probes. The wraparound here, I believe, is so you can collapse in, so that you really limit the ability to, you really limit the ability to get like a secondary build going there. As the drone moves into this main base, the assimilator starting up. A couple of hatches continue to come through. The Overlord building, Nexus and the Adept on the way as well. Trigger will Chrono Boost that out. And we do see the Zealot is on its way out down to the bottom left side of the map as well. It's just going to bring that straight over. Just see a couple of Zealots going to come counterattacking. Obviously, you kind of force these to come down early on here, so it's not too surprising. As a couple of Zealots will just go whacking away. The Zealots will go down, but it means that Lings had to be made here. We're actually losing drones to an Adept at the same time, because the Lings have to come and deal with those Zealots, so all of this is resulting in some damage done. As, yeah, Trigger able to get some damage. Obviously, Nexus now up for him at home. Goes second gateway on the back of a Stargate that's already now operational. Chrono boosting into an Oracle here at the moment. The way we go. Zerglings will step forward. Just going to be seeing them going through and trying to get that Adept. So Adept's going to have to pull back and shade away. And those few lings peel back the other side. The Oracle and the Adept continue to come up, add some probes on. The Oracle trigger heading down to the bottom left side for the moment, so going to be seeing what's going on. Pros pull through, the couple lings take damage. And that Oracle still coming through. Add on a couple of those probes still. Next is coming through on the third base. A double Oracle across the map. Gonna regret being across the map because the lings get rid of the Adept and now this pylon's gonna go down. Trigger will be supply blocked. And the Zerglings pull back away, back down to the bottom left-hand side. So Zerglings just going to head through. Again, the Forge and the Twilight Council continue to build. And we do have the Oracles very much so still going across. And Twilight Forge, a couple of gates, all of that being brought through just for the moment. These Oracles will turn back away up the right side. The Zerglings will pull back up the right as well. It's just seeing those once more. Looking to stay aggressive. Yeah, I like it from Dark. Very Dark-esque, right? Being aggressive throughout. Consistently trying to provide ways to be aggressive in this one. Like I say, I like it so far. Feels like a very Dark kind of game, which is always fun. Because Dark has a very fun playstyle anyway, right? So seeing him play as we expect Dark to play is very neat. Dark did come through Lunacy and Jumi, by the way, so far today. Well, a Trigger came through a Baby Marine and Shameless, so fun combination of players. That bottom part of the bracket was fun. We obviously stuck around on the top part ourselves for a lot of it. We actually had some really good games in that top part of the bracket today. It's been a fun one. As a couple probes go down, the Adepts still gather. The Oracle's going to go bottom left once again, trying to find an opportunity to put some pressure and some damage out here. Those Oracles will activate and the hatchery takes some shots. The Zerglings are very much so still coming across to the other side of the map as +1 and Blink come through. And there's going to be a cancel on the fourth hatch. These Oracles are going to be able to successfully cancel this. So that's a win, as Dark gets some Hydras on the way out, +1 missiles, and the Groove Spine upgrade on the way through as well, as the Zerglings continue to the top. So we'll continue to move across there, and just gather between the bases. In the bottom right side, those few Oracles will continue to stretch over as well, going to hit this hatchery in that bottom corner over the next few moments. Again, the extra gates, Robo Facility, and Cannon, showing us where Trigger is going from here. Couldn't deny a fourth base a second time, this really would be nice. This time Dark's going to re-expand on the left as well. Oh, Hydra's get an Oracle. So hatchery saved and an Oracle goes down. It's quite the win for Dark. Oracle's so annoying throughout the game. Oracles that stay alive obviously just take an absolute beating a lot of the time, so yeah, as we do have the Stalker, just going to push the Overlord across. Robo Bay, Robo Facility, Immortal and +2 coming about, Cannon and the Battery coming about as well. Obviously, because we save the bottom right, that will be the fourth essentially, but then this base is going to come online too. This is the base Stark wanted originally, so you might actually just mine from here and then use this as a more macro hatch perhaps. There's not creep connecting these bases, which can be a little scary. Flame Hydra. Stepping straight through. Oracles will zap down the Queen. The Ling Hydra still stepping up. This Dark wants to try and maybe aggressively push up this ramp. Not making a move just yet, though. Rocks go down. It's going to be seeing the rocks again take damage. The adepts and the stalkers and the sentries. Hitting once more right now. Well, 2 Colossus out. It feels difficult for Dark to really move through this. 8 more Zealots coming up. Guardian Shield will fade. The Stalkers blink forward. The Overseer shot down immediately. As we do still have the Prism, the Charge, Extended Thermal Lens, and the +2 attack upgrade continue to build in. Stalkers to the other side, going to get rid of the Overlord. A couple of Zerglings are getting shot down as well. Hydras will be there to get rid of one Oracle. These Lings continue to dart forward, and Lings on the other side coming through as well. Colossus both in trouble. Stalkers getting wrapped around. The other Stalkers showing up. Trigger will be sitting 127, 130 to 175 supply. I mean, it feels like he has the tools he needs to defend this and to push this army back, but Dark is still finding himself some decent fights so far. Being able to take good engagements is obviously definitely a skill and has shown up so far. Stalkers get rid of the Overlord on the right side, and again we got crew teamers here. Can be jumped on as the Lurkers continue to build through. And you have ourselves again the Colossus, the Immortal, +3 attack coming up. The probes are on the way. Ourselves will dive to the bottom right. Very much so, still coming through. The Zealots going down, Link Hydra gathering together. So army pulls back a little further. A couple of those creep teamers will be going down already. We take one watchtower with the Stalker. Dark's going to be back around into the middle of the map here, so again, just lingering with this Ling Hydra force. The Lurkers on the other side. Now, this is awkward because Trigger is not in position at all to deal with these Lurkers. Dark burrows them up. He's going to run the rest of his army towards these Lurkers for defense. All those Zealots going down. We're going to start pushing our way up the high ground. The Immortal going to go down there as well. And those Lurkers continue to put some damage in. Cybercore will fall. On the other side, the Stalkers and Colossus and so continue through, as well as a couple of spines get picked away at. We're going to be taking some more damage. The other Lurkers coming about. The Overlord overhead. So base trade time. Does Trigger have the power to truly win out in this base trade? I mean, I think the answer is no, as Dark is going to get all of the Lurkers back. Use of that Knight is going to be effective, so it's funny because usually a Protoss can do this, where they do damage, they pull back, and then they defend because of the recall, but Dog uses the Nidus to have a similar effect. He does damage, he pulls back, and he defends. He's still got 4 bases across the bottom of the map. His opponent's natural is dead, and he now gets back to the other side of the map with the Nidus again. That's what a Protoss can't do, so the Nidus is huge, because now Trigger still has these units here, so you had to pull back, to pull away from the defense, and the defense has become an offense once more. The Nidus is amazing. Wow, great usage of the Nidus here from Dog. The ping-pong back and forth is really critical for him. And obviously, access to the main base currently granted. Trigger has no good way to deal with this. Recall is on cooldown. He would have to get just pure warpins into the main. He's going to counterattack again, but there's nothing stopping Dog doing the exact same as before. Nidus and a bunch of units back, using those for defense. And that Nidus is just, it needs to be stopped. We need to shut down these Nidus networks, but we've just not been able to. And that's just given Dog too strong of a foothold in this game. It does not seem as though Trigger is going to have an answer to that. We abduct 1, 2, and 3 Colossus. Third one needs to be abducted a second time. They will fall, probes are pulled, they fall, and Dark is going to take the opening game of this qualifying best of 3 with a 1-0 lead. Dark gets up to a 1-0 lead in this qualifying round. I'm going to have to run ads, guys. I'm sorry. It's we had a long set of games in the TVT, so I'm going to have to run ads here just to make sure they don't overlap into the game. So we'll wait a moment or two before we host up the second map. Just to give you guys a little bit of a idea. Alright, so give it a couple of moments, and we'll resume. What else was I about to do? I was about to check something. Bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Yeah, sorry, just checking something quickly. Alrighty, we'll get the start, guys. Thanks for a little bit of patience. Appreciate it as we get ready to go into game number 2. Twitch Turbo users, any sort of factor for ads, or do they not count? Yeah, if you're a Twitch Turbo user, you don't see the ads, but I still get paid. Basically, I get a portion of your Turbo sub every time I run an ad that you should see that you don't see. But of course, instead of it being ad revenue, it's essentially Turbo revenue. So yes, it does make a difference. If you're meant to receive an ad through Turbo, I get paid as though you're meant to see that ad. In the top left corner of the map, our blue Zerg is going to be Dark. He leads this series 1-0. Playing Persephone here for game 2 of this series. As we have in the bottom left, our red Protoss player, Trigger. Says, yo, thank you so much for £25 donation. Echo Steel, I believe. But let me just double check because my eyesight is bad. Real bad. I just don't like to assume. Echo Steel, thank you so much for the £25 donation. Daily Fund. Hell yeah, thank you so much for the 25, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks for helping fund some StarCraft 2 today. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. Some love in the chat, please, as we hit this second game off. Obviously, Trigger down in game. Can he bounce back? Had so many bad fights there, which is not really Trigger's fault, I don't think. Well, I mean, obviously, you could say that sometimes, but I think it was just Dark played extremely well, is probably a better way of putting it. We have the probe coming over to the sides and get set up for a few moments. Yeah, cool coming up. The Cyber Core about to finish. Next is coming online, finishing soon. Overlord going to step forward, and that Cyber Next Core is going to complete. The Adept will start up on the gateway as well. Just going to bring that straight into play, get that started, and away we go. Well, the Adept is going to continue to move around. We will see the Overlord stepping across, the Chrono Boost continuing. Stargate building on the side of Trigger, so we get that set up as well here for the moment. Adept is going to shade out once more, so Adept already shading across, just going to be having the push over. As you do see the Adept going to move in, a couple of things going to get there. Chase the Adept for a little bit. And the Stargate finishing up here from Trigger. Again, this for a chance to be in the Spring Championship. Dark wins this game. He's guaranteed a spot. Being in a qualifying match is a pretty good case for an invite, but it's not a guarantee. There's that Queen. And our Lings continuing around. A couple of Adepts will step over. Those Lings will get there, and we will kill 1 and 2 Adepts. Good defense by Dog. He's having a good time today, shutting stuff down very nicely so far. I'm going to drop the inject in, just going to see the Oracle still building. Link speed, drones, spores, continuing about. The Queen continues to come through. Next in the gateway coming online at the Oracle in for the next few moments as well. We'll drop a stasis down. Just going to put the battery over to the side. Let's continue to gather. And we just have the Forge coming up as well. The Forge out of Twilight. We get that set. A couple of Oracles from Trigger will go forward and try and see what they can do. Moving in on this other side, so they're just going to step straight on up here. Queens are going to put some damage out, and there's Oracles taking hits already. A little Revelation comes down, there's drones. And so just going to be kept an eye on. Oracle's recall. And again, +1 and Blink continue to come through. We had the probes and the gates on, the lair coming up as well. We had the drones and the overlords in too. And just be continue to see that coming. The Zergling comes down the right side. The Oracles continue back over up the top. And we got that Spire finishing out. Starting up here from Dark, so playing something a little different. Always scary to be building that Spire against Blink play, because your opponent's naturally going to have a good way to deal with Mutalisks, because they're going to have Blink Stalkers available, right? So that's always, like I say, at least a little bit of a concern. As the +1 and Blink both do continue in. The additional gates are coming up. Robo Facility coming about also right now. And again, the Spire needs into play as well. The Zerglings continue to move around. Overseer about to finish morphing. The Stalker will start to fire onto that Overseer. Get rid of the Changeling, and the Stalkers will get rid of the Overseer too, so Overseer will go down. As again, Robo Bay and Robo Facility continue up. The Zerglings will come down the right side of the map. The Oracles are going to be there. And +1 and Blink both coming through. The Robo Facility and Robo Bay coming up also. The Stalkers continue to move to that right side. The Zerglings get to the bottom corner. Queens stepping straight in. Those Oracles taking shots. Both of them going to end up going pretty low on HP, but they do survive, which is nice. What's important, though, is that Trigger has not had the Scout on the Spire, so he does not know about the Spire or the Mutas. He might be out of position to begin with. It gives Dog just much more chance to get some value out of those Mutalisks as they come into play. And drop that Nexus down right now. Melee upgrade, +1 flyer attack going through on the Spire. The Stalkers will get rid of the Overlord. Down the left-hand side, the Mutalisks will come over and get ready to dive into the main. Yeah, Trigger just had no idea. And like I say, now you're out of position, you can warp in Stalkers, but the Mutas are already getting a lot of work done. Okay, now he's just going to be like, okay, I'm going to have to recall. It's a serious amount of Mutas. I'm losing probes and losing Stalkers that are warping in. And this just starts to become a disaster, as now recall's already on cooldown, so you're going to lose one defensive ability that you have in your favor usually. Ling's getting caught in a stasis as additional Mutas are coming down the map. Ling's trying to put some pressure onto this fourth base. First Colossus will show itself, but the Machiners are going to find no anti-air here, so they're going to get rid of one Oracle. Looks like they might chase for the second. Now going to jump onto the Colossus instead. There's also a flock of Mutas to the left side. We've lost quite a few Mutas, no? Already in this game? Yeah, 5 have already gone down. But we have 2 different clumps that are still scary enough, and Trigger's pulled apart enough that they can continue to do damage. There's batteries around, but no cannons, and that's an issue as well. If there was cannons on these mineral lines, these mutas and these numbers would not do as much. Stalker's blinking in again. This time I think we're going to have a much better defense coming through from Trigger as he does get rid of a few more mutas. We'll fly through into the main base again. There's actually an open mineral line. Oh, actually, no, never mind. I didn't see those Stalkers there. We lost 27 probes so far. And Dark, while losing a lot of mutas, is going to keep going for more. So we've got additional mutalisks in the production tab right now. So continuing to get those into play, bring those out. And, you know, that's going to be a big factor as well, I imagine, coming up. And those lings gather. The rest of the lings join. And be seeing the mutalisks will head down to the main base. So looking for the opportunity to dive in. You can see one Stalker going down. The Robo Bay gonna get denied as well. The rest of these Stalkers will just continue to drop. So these mutas taking a good fight. Oracle drops the Revelation down. That allows you to keep an eye on this. But these mutas kind of feel like they can kill the Stalkers. And so far they've not been really wrong at all. Ideally, you get rid of those Colossus, because that would allow the Lings to have a much bigger role. Sentry was a target there initially, and it will go down as the mutas continue to skirt the edges of this force and just look for the chance to maybe come in and overwhelm. Again, it has been a good start. Now, do we continue as the mutas get jumped on once again? A couple of those Stalkers already going down. Dark, by the way, 5 bases, all the gas is taken, so the replacement of mutas is affordable for him. As here we go, Ling's actually going to commit. The Colossus are over towards the side, so they're not going to be able to help in this. The Stalker's blink toward the Colossus. It's going to leave the mutas just to kind of do their thing. I'm going to say Cybercore's a potential target. We get rid of 2 Warping Stalkers. Dark essentially just sacrificed Lings to jump on the army, and now he's going to gain control with the mutas because the Stalkers are a step away from where they wanted to be to begin with. That was a slow warping of Stalkers as well, so that's not exactly going to help you. Stalkers already blinked. The mutas, again, I think could maybe threaten to just jump on this. Colossus do defend the reinforcing Lings, but I just do not think we've got the anti-air. We're going to get on top of these Stalkers, and we are going to just straight up trade with them, and that is where you know, as the Pros player, you're probably not looking too hot in this game. The Stargate's a great, the Phoenix is a great call, but we should have maybe started making Phoenix a while ago. The thing is, it's like mutas can just keep being made if you never make something like Phoenix. Stalkers will always struggle to cover every aspect or every angle. And that's something that Dark has completely abused and utilized in this one to get the GG for 2-0. Just too much damage taken early from Trigger made it very difficult to recover. And then the Mutalisks are one of the best snowballing units in the entirety of StarCraft 2, quite frankly. Like, they are just so good at making a situation unattainable again, you know? They are so good at that. So yeah. GG's, and that is going to be Dark qualifying through to the WardiTV Spring Championships. Congrats to Dark on that one. As we guys, as mentioned previously, have got some extra content for you all. So, up next, we are going to have ourselves the seeding matchups from the for the Group Stage 2 placement. So, Maxpax versus Showtime and Beyond versus Skillus. These two matches been played over the last day, so they're pretty fresh. They're not live, but they've been played over the last day or so, and they will send players into... They will send 2 of these players. The winner of each series will get a seed into the WardiTV Spring Championship Group Stage 2. So instead of having to start in Group Stage 1, you get to go directly into Group Stage 2. Which is really nice as well, because that means guaranteed additional prize money. So for example, if you go into Group Stage 1, the highest you can finish, or you lose in Group Stage 1, you get $25 or $50. If you lose in Group Stage 2, you're already guaranteed $100, even if you just go 0-2 and you get knocked out. So this is basically guaranteed money if you win here, and a chance obviously to then go further because you don't have to go through Group Stage 1. You're already in the round of 16 and looking to go from there. So we're going to be going into Maxpax versus Showtime and Beyond versus Skillus. This is not a group or anything. This is just straight up 2 best of 5s. Both are qualifying series. We're going to start with that Maxpax versus Showtime matchup. we'll get that ready. When will the Boomer Bash final be played? I'm going to be working that over the next couple of days. So I can't tell you just yet. When I know, I'll mention it a whole bunch, I promise. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. I'll give it about a minute for some ads, and then we'll go. 3 Zergs getting through the qualifiers is nice. It is, isn't it? Imagine me not having to just invite all the Zergs. Alright, so we're going to go Showtime versus Maxpax first seeding match, and then Beyond versus Skillus will be the second seeding match we do. And again, we will add the WardiTV one day stuff. With the recent EWC announcement, have I been approached to do any live casting? Nope. I can't imagine they'll hire for EWC until like... last year I got my email for EWC so late, like... I was convinced I wasn't going. Basically, like, I was absolutely convinced that I wasn't going to be going to EWC. Because everyone else got asked before me. I was like the last person to be asked for EWC last year. I want to say it was in like... It was after Dallas. Which was in June, right? Or like late May, June? I think I got asked about a month before. Like 3 to 4 weeks before, probably. So yeah. But maybe they'll be more organized this year. Yeah, EWC made the announcement, but it also came with the announcement that the ESL Pro Tour is no more. Which is unfortunate. Can't really do much about that. Do 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 do. Do they pay for plane tickets and the hotel and stuff? Yes. You get everything paid for. I mean, it would be kind of silly if they're like, hey, come cast our tournament, but only if you get yourself here. We will pay you to cast, but you must get yourself here. Yeah, you get travel and accommodation. They obviously provide food. Obviously, if you want to eat certain places, you have to pay yourself, but they provide food. So yeah. What are you wearing the same fit as last time? I mean, I'm wearing the same hoodie. Crazy, right? Same hoodie 2 days in a row? Oh my god. Never took it off. I didn't sleep in it. It's because I went to pick Ellie up before I streamed today, so I actually already had my hoodie on when I went to stream. Bottom left of this best of 5 seeding matchup, we're going to have our blue pros player Maxpax. And in the top right, there's going to be our red pros player Showtime. Does anyone have the issue when starting ST that they open and send Max playing each time you launch the game and all hotkeys and settings are gone? Can't create new hotkey profiles? That's, it almost sounds like the file is like your StarCraft folder is like missing a folder that it needs to operate. You could, if you go to the BattleNet, you can on BattleNet you can like right-click repair game or something. If you go to StarCraft, like your StarCraft 2 on BattleNet, and then you go like options, you can like repair or scan and repair. Maybe that helps, or just do a fresh install. I mean, I kind of presume you maybe did a fresh install already. But that is kind of strange for sure. Showtime has definitely been fairly competitive in the PvPs lately. Loved watching him against Hero last week. I thought that was very fun. Maxpax is always good in the PvP though. We'll see how this best of 5 turns. Like I say, so what's on the line in this, guys, is the difference of starting in Group Stage 1 versus Group Stage 2. That's a guaranteed plus $75, because if you lose 0-3 in Group Stage 1, you don't get... Well, actually, I think if you lose 0-3 in Group Stage 1, you don't get anything. I think the prize money only starts if you finish in 4th place of your group stage, right? Yeah, so actually, if you lose in Group Stage... No, that's not true. Wait, I'm so confused. We're gonna have 24 players, yeah? Oh yeah, because 3 people advance from a group. So yeah, if you lose 0-3 in Group Stage 1, you're guaranteed to make $25, but Group Stage 2 is $100. So that's a guarantee. Plus, you're already further in the tournament, so a chance to go even further than that. The tournament format is set up so pretty much every series you win means more money is guaranteed. Because even in the group stages, finishing 3rd place versus 4th place is a difference in prize money. So every matchup has an impact in the Spring Championship. So yeah, this is our seeding matches for Group Stage 2. We'll have Showtime versus Maxpax and then Gun versus Skillus. Actually, give me a sec, I'll update the stream title and stuff. I'll update the title on Twitch. I'm not going to on YouTube, I don't know how that works. But there's no point me stopping and starting the YouTube stream to put this in a separate VOD or something, you know? As our game sets up, it's Phoenix versus Phoenix. I mean, that's where Maxpax loves to play, but Showtime can beat Maxpax and Phoenix versus Phoenix as well, so that's going to be the setup we're playing from here. Let's get this on the go. Let's see what happens as our Phoenix come back the other way. Zelt and the Adept gather together. And a couple of Phoenix going to be nearby. We got the Stargate coming in on both sides. Nexus coming through as well. Phoenix move into the main. I'm just going to be seeing again Stargate coming up on both sides. The Phoenix in production. So we're going to see the extra Stargate, and Phoenix versus Phoenix usually does a lot of waiting around. That said, Maxpax is usually pretty good at being an aggressor in PvP with Phoenix versus Phoenix. He usually is. I've talked about this a lot when he's played Phoenix versus Phoenix, but he really does make this matchup a lot more interesting because he can find ways to be aggressive. Like, he's so confident in his Phoenix control, he'll move out onto the map where typically just being a Phoenix behind is extremely bad, and so being on the map, your reinforcement is slower to arrive into the fight. But he's confident enough to do that, so he does make Phoenix versus Phoenix a lot more interesting than any given other Phoenix versus Phoenix matchup, I feel like. Right now, though, we all just sat back and building those Phoenix counts. There is Maxpax. Actually, no, never mind. There he is straight away. Just right here and coming through. Look at that. Already gets a volley off on the Phoenix for Showtime. It's not a kill, but he's put one of the Phoenix there on low HP. So that's a Phoenix that's now down to 60 HP instead of that typical 120. And that's just because he got a shot off, and Showtime did not manage to respond to that shot in the same way. There's another couple of Phoenix coming through. We have Phoenix continuing to rally across to the upper right-hand side as the probes are coming up as well. And we are going to be seeing Maxpax readying to, again, just linger around and to look for the opportunity and to try and get something done here as we dive in. And the Phoenix join up. A couple more Phoenix are going to be popping out here. The chase down is going to start happening. The Zealot is going to be there to push the probe away. Gonna get the kill. Oh, Maxpax instantly just gonna start getting more Phoenix. Okay. Did that just end the game? Because Showtime's entire volley went off on the probe initially, it means that he wasted an entire shot and he didn't get kills where Maxpax did. This is now 7 Phoenix lost to the 5, and Maxpax is already in control of this PvP. It still mesmerizes me how Maxpax can just be so freaking offensive with these Phoenix and get so much value so much of the time. I'm going to try and build third bases. Showtime's not dead, but it's definitely an advantage to Maxpax right away. Now 10 Phoenix to the 7. It's going to be extremely difficult for Showtime from this point on. Like, it's going to become very tough for him to step back into this, because Maxpax will now naturally just be at a Phoenix advantage throughout unless Showtime can find a way to do things, but doing things with less Phoenix is going to be extremely difficult. Expel back again, the Nexus coming through. And we'll see our Nail Impulse Crystals coming about, the couple of probes coming about, the Phoenix on the way in. Yo, tagged, how's it going? 58-month resub. 58 is a square free semi-prime. It's an 11 gonal number, using 58 dots, so one can put them in 11 gonal configuration. That does not explain anything. Oh, yeah. Well, that, the gonal number means that by, using 58 dots, you can make a gonal config. Well, perfect, You know what? I was so confused before, but now I know. It's the smallest integer whose square root has a simple continued fraction with period 7, meaning it can be written A1 plus 1 over A2 plus 1 over A3 plus dot 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 dot, where the sequence of Phoenix fighting Phoenix goes the way of Maxpax again, as it typically does. Results in... repeats every 7th turn. Well, there you go. Yeah, that fight happens. I mean, we knew that Maxpax was ahead on the Phoenix count. He forces the fight, he gets the win. Didn't have to wait too long for that to come through, as he is able to take that one down. You didn't understand any of that? Yeah, the number fact subscriptions have become more and more confusing as the numbers continue to go upwards. I used to be able to follow some of it, and nowadays I'm just like, yeah. Matt, the W. Robinson, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you using your Prime on the channel. Guys, if you enjoy the stream, one of the best ways you can support the stream is by using your Prime, because it is free to do so. So use your Prime on the channel. Super appreciate it if you do. Yo, thank you so much, Otto Von Bird, for the raid. Hello, everyone. I'm literally in the middle of selling out, so apologies. But yeah, if you've got a Prime sub available, consider using it to subscribe to the channel. It helps us run more StarCraft. We talk a lot about hitting that 700 subscriber count. Help us push towards that. It helps us run a lot more consistent StarCraft 2 content and tournaments, which is pretty much always our goal, to give you guys as much SC2 as possible, and to obviously support the SC2 scene as best as we can. But as always, we can't do that without your support. So do consider using your primes or subbing regularly, etc. All of that helps us out. As we have ourselves in the top right upper game, the blue Protoss player will be Maxpax, taking on in the bottom left side our red Protoss player, Showtime. I accidentally hit the plus button there for a second. This is a replay. It was played yesterday or earlier today. I'm not actually sure. It was played within the last 24 hours, is what I do know. I just hit the plus button, so excuse the fast forwarding there for a couple of seconds. Did I get a haircut today? No, I did not. Otto Von Bird, mainly watch your YouTube VODs. We love the content. Hell yeah, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. As we get into game 2 of this best of 5. Again, seeding matchup for the WardiTV Spring Championship. Of course, I mentioned, selling out for Prime subs and stuff, but obviously as well, if you do enjoy the stream, other ways to support for free, you can hit the follow button on Twitch, see when we go live in the future for more StarCraft, and if you're on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe on the stream. It helps out massively when you like and subscribe during a stream. It really does, so do check that out. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much in advance. And hell yeah. What are we on likes today? We are at 63 likes. We can easily get that towards 100. We have 300 viewers in here. Well, 250. Rounding upwards. We have 300. Hit that like button, guys. As the cyber cores come through, the Nexus will come down immediately from Showtime, so he'll be on the faster expansion. Maxpax will go Stargate before he expands. And Showtime just going to Chrono Boost out a Sentry. That's where some of his early gas will go to, so we'll see if Showtime wants to play I mean, I can't imagine he's going to play a later Stargate here, so probably into his own tech eventually off the Sentry. The thing is with the Sentry is Sentry doesn't help you at all if you're playing Stargate and then you go Stargate versus Stargate. The Sentry helps you a lot more with a bunch of other things. Well, we just have an Oracle coming up from Maxpax, which of course is fine. We actually do see the Stargate from Showtime, so I will say that I'm surprised. I was not expecting it. Like I said, it's interesting because he's already got the hallucination on the map, so he's going to have the hallucination for info, so there's not much need for a Stargate. And there will be a later Stargate too, as he comes across. Confirming the Oracle would be really nice for him. And I did not see it in time if he saw that or not, but he's going to see it now, so yeah, he should know. See the Twilight Council building from Maxpax. So we're not going to see, Stargate versus Stargate in terms of Phoenix versus Phoenix. As this Oracle actually has 3 probes, so Showtime takes some damage. He has not revealed the Phoenix or the Stargate yet, but he will do so now as he's going to come in and lift overhead here. What does Maxpax want to do? Well, first he's going to come in for a few more probes. 6 workers now going down. The Adept Shade is good to get these Adepts out of here for the moment, and we are going to see no Phoenix energy left. And I guess the battery at least will cover our bases for the moment. But that is a frustrating start for Showtime. He drops 6 workers off of this very basic aggression. Has the Phoenix as well, so you'd think he should be able to bully the Oracles away, but he's yet to force a recall. So has not even forced a recall. Phoenix out of position again as the Oracles dive to the main base, and 2 Oracles together can get rid of some probes and some one-shots. So that's going to be a bunch more damage done. And Maxpax is just having his way of this series right now. This second game is absolutely going in his favor. 7 dead probes, the Adept there between the mineral lines, finding the probes as they pull away is going to be huge as well. Damn. And we get that blink coming about, a couple of probes, Nexus, Gateway coming through, the pylon will finish. Side, we see the Phoenix going to step by, going to head toward the main base. Hallucination there is going to get shot down by the Stalkers, a couple of probes are going to drop. A few probes going down, the Phoenix come back the other way. The Oracle heading down toward the Natural, where we drop a little Revelation just to keep an eye on things. This has just been a brutal game so far for Showtime. He is finally going to get rid of this Oracle. Maxpax well on his way to blink. And Showtime is building an Immortal as he definitely recognizes the need for himself to get something better on the ground up, because Phoenix is not going to cut it, especially as Blink is done. These Stalkers are going to start being good enough to fight against Phoenix as well. I mean, Showtime lost 16 probes this game, which is really just expensive. And it was early probes as well. The earlier the damage, the more difficult it is to recover in a lot of those scenarios. A couple of Phoenix come through, 3 or 4 probes going down. Again, charge coming up. We got some gateways on. Sentry is just building as the rest of this army from Showtime will gather up on the 3rd base. Again, Nexus and Forge continue to come through. The Observer building on the Robo facility as well as the charge, the Sentry coming up, add a Zealodon, add the gateways in. Looking good. Phoenix come up to the top, and they're going to be able to come through. Lifting a handful of probes already, so 3 workers going down into the main base we fly with these Phoenix. Again, a couple of gateways, the Zealots, the Forge coming through as well as the Phoenix gather up. And the army on the bottom, Stalker Zealot, readying a push into this third mineral line. So in we go as the Stalker's taking shots. The Stalkers will continue forward as the Zealots look to play the wraparound. Again, Zealot Stalker doing everything we can right now. A couple of the probes going down. We are just going to blink stir on top of this. Showtime does not have enough. The Phoenix have not done enough. The probe losses have hurt. And it's going to be a pretty solid 2-0 advantage so far from Maxpax in this best of 5. As Showtime is struggling to get the ball rolling in this series today. Alright, we're gonna get game number 3 started up. I guess we're probably gonna have to run ads though, so just in case we get a long game. If it's short, we'd be fine, but don't really want to take that risk. Yo, TWS 3000, thanks so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Like I said, guys, just giving a moment to get this one on the go. Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out. Alright. Let's get into this. Game number 3, as we're going to have in the bottom left-hand side, the player who's currently up 2-0, looking to claim his seed into Group Stage 2. It is Maxpax. Currently not really having the best of time in this series. Our Red Protoss player is Showtime. As we get into this Game 3. Alright, El Dorado. Game 3 coming up. We got this underway. Patrolling about, and we'll see how a Sniper Call coming through on both sides. Another map with the ramp here, which means that obviously kind of taking the low ground wall off and one gate expanding is a pretty common go-to in these early stages. That seems to be the plan right now. Sniper Call going through the Nexus on the way up. Maxpax gonna do. We'll see the Showtime panel coming down, so it actually blocks that wall off. Could become interesting. I don't know if Showtime wants to do anything else beyond this. Let the pylon finish. Yeah, he wants to start building batteries. It's something that Maxpax does a lot of the time. Puts the pressure on, starts building batteries, sends units across the map. Those batteries obviously allow you to stick around for a long time. As the battery comes through, the Adept will get there, picking off that probe. Why is it so hard for the modern StarCraft player to achieve an upset? Because the game has been out for a long time, right? And the level at which players have gotten to is very high. And the game has been much more heavily figured out and standardized. The problem here for Showtime is that obviously his batteries start with half the energy of Maxpax's. He very nearly gets rid of one Adept. It's just not enough. Energy Overcharge giving this battery a bit more life. I don't know if Energy Overcharge just kind of kills this build, because Maxpax is going to defend this 2 batteries to the 3. And this felt fairly comfortable. The Adept gets in the main but gets turned around as well. Adept shades one more time. The Phoenix still getting chased about. The Stargate pops a Phoenix, another Stargate, Phoenix, and Corona boosting. Need to bring that over as the probe of Maxpax heads around the main base. Oracle of Showtime going to the bottom left side into that main as well. Adept will fight the other Adept. The probes just going down, so that's 6 workers that fall. The Phoenix are going to continue coming through. The Warp Gate coming about. Just seeing those Adepts go over that right side. So again, 6 probes do drop. We'll have a Nexus coming up on the 3rd base. The pylon in position as well. Battery building on the natural. And again, the Zealot and the Phoenix continue to come through. Add that Warp Gate into play. And we'll just see our probe nibbling at the Nexus also. Very nearly, we've gotten rid of that first Adept there. And we'll just see the battery about to complete. The Phoenix still producing. Again, Zealot just continues to swing at that pylon. We will have the Phoenix continue to produce. Adepts gathering together. Supply block for Maxpax for a second or so there. As again, we just see the Adept and the Zealot continuing through onto the battery. Again, the Phoenix will build. Probes come up. The Assimilator comes over. That's obviously interesting because Showtime's 3rd is just the natural, and that's going to be quite far to the side. Showtime building Phoenix of his own, 6 to 7, as we just turn this into Phoenix versus Phoenix. Maxpax continue to build those numbers. Adept's putting some work in. Just trying to knock through the batteries. No success so far. This Adept trying to shade around, not really getting anywhere just yet, as the Phoenix continue to linger overhead, waiting for their opportunity to make something happen. The Adepts will just keep on swinging one by one. It's funny, I feel like you never see Adepts shooting like one by one for an extended period like this. And like really looking at these Adepts and like, man, I've never really stopped to look at an Adept animation, because usually when Adept shoots, they're killing things, you know? Oh wow, this animation just caught my eye there. I'm now looking at Adepts shooting in completely different ways. I'm like, wow, they actually fire their glaive. I just thought they made things disappear. I didn't realize they did anything. Phoenix versus Phoenix. Showtime trying to get the jump. He gets the first volley. He knocks the Phoenix to half HP. 9 to 11. No, Maxpax just has the better numbers already. Which is always, just straight up, it's already difficult then for Showtime as Maxpax gathers and stacks. That stacking makes it very easy to make sure all your Phoenix fire at once, so they will have the better chance of one-shotting, which is the idea and the goal. Still weird because Showtime has that vision of his opponent's natural as Maxpax gathers in the center of the map. Couple of Adepts plus the Phoenix still stepping through. The couple of Adepts will go in shade. We have ourselves batteries coming up, the fleet beacon coming down. A couple of Adepts will step forward. The Phoenix gathering overhead. And the Adepts will shade through. Phoenix is going to dive, and we are going to see a few of those Phoenix already dropping down. We actually get a kill as if one pops out the Stargate. Not ideal. Showtime is bleeding out. He's taking probe damage as well. Adepts in the main base will just target a few of those, and Maxpax extends on a worker lead. This game state is definitely looking better and better for the player who's already up 2 to 0 in this best of 5. Been a dominating series from Maxpax. We'll just have the Nexus coming up, the Phoenix coming over. Still gathering through, setting up right now. Couple of probes just going to nibble onto the pylon here on the bottom left side. Those Phoenix are setting up as well, joining together. Coming straight across. Maxpax going to fall back for the moment, not going to do anything just yet. Showtime has the faster Phoenix range. The thing with Phoenix range is that Phoenix range is very difficult to utilize. You have to get in reach of the Phoenix still. It's very difficult to keep the correct gap between you and your opponent. Because if they turn into you, all they have to do is turn into you and then they close the gap. Like Phoenix range in theory, they're like, well, I can kite the Phoenix forever. But if your opponent turns into you, you've got to respond and turn away in that exact moment. Otherwise, then they're in range and then Phoenix range has no advantage. So it's very difficult to come through and take advantage with that. I'll just be seeing our Phoenix gathering and one more shot. Phoenix for Phoenix right there. Remember that Maxpax is up by 7. Like, this should not be a competition. If this fight happens, Maxpax is going to dominate it. And it's just him identifying that that is the case, which we're kind of leaning on at the moment. Pylon finally goes down. That's been there this entire time. There's a couple probes finally get rid of it. They take the moment to remove that threat, as we're going to see Phoenix fighting Phoenix here. And like I say, there should not be a competition. Maxpax has so much more. There should be a one-sided trade. As you're not going to see it on the screen, but if we look at the numbers, it's going to be 13 to 0 by the time the Phoenix are all gone. And Maxpax will take a clean 3-0 in this seeding matchup. So Maxpax will get the better seed. He will get into Group Stage 2. Showtime will be starting out the Spring Championship in Group Stage 1 with many others. Our other seeding matchup, guys, is going to be Bjorn versus Skillus. That's going to be a TVP best of 5. Again, just to reiterate, so we had the qualifier earlier. We're now doing some seeding matches between Group Stage 1 and Group Stage 2 based on players that qualified through the Monday events. So that was the first one. And this is going to be the second series, Beyond Skillus. The winner of this series also gets a Group Stage 2 seed, while the other will take a Group Stage 1 seed. The qualifier earlier was already decided. Dark and Ryung advancing the qualifiers. So we're going to be going into Beyond vs. Skillus TVP coming up next. We'll just take a moment. Round of ads between series, guys, as is the rule, and then we'll get back at it. How do you count the Phoenix when they're stacked like that? You don't. That's the fun part of Phoenix vs. Phoenix. It's very difficult. You need to understand the state of the game. Like, that's why people don't pick Phoenix versus Phoenix fights, because you don't know. Obviously, it's completely based on game knowledge. You can't just look at it and be like, yep, I've got more than that. My stack looks bigger. So yeah, it's about game knowledge and understanding the state in which, and the way in which the game is played. Not easy. Do 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Alright guys, we will give it about another minute for the ads, and then we're going to kick off into this next best of 5 between Skillus and Bjorn. This one was literally played like an hour ago. I didn't even know if we'd be able to cast this one today, because all I knew was that they were going to play today. I didn't know when exactly they were going to play. But yes, we are going to be able to get it, so it's very exciting. Should you watch on Twitch or YouTube? Wherever you prefer. Whichever one you feel gives you the better experiences, where you should watch. The whole point of us streaming on both is that you guys can pick and choose whatever's good for you guys. Whatever is good for you guys. Bam, bam, bam. Good as to Montian for the donation of 1,000. Yep, Montian's a legend. Plain and simple. He is a living legend. Boom, 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 boom. Alright guys, I think we're good to kick this PvP off, so appreciate you guys joining and a bit of patience between series, but let's go into this Bjorn Skillus best of 5, sorry, against Skillus and Bjorn both finishing. So basically, group stage 2 seeds were given out to the winners of WardiTV Mondays for the last 4 weeks, but Clem and Hero both won 2 of those events, so 2 of the seeds were not given out. For the tournament format to work, we still need the 2 extra seeds, so Bjorn, Skillus, Maxpax, and Showtime were the 4 players who ended up in the finals of those events that did not end up winning. And so I just randomly, I set a randomizer out to set the 2 matchups up. It drew out as Maxpax, Showtime, and Skillus versus Bjorn. And so here we are with Maxpax, Showtime initially, and now Skillus versus Bjorn. These are just seeding matches for that group stage 2 spot, because the other ones got claimed twice over, and obviously Clem and Hero can't just play group stage 2 twice. It doesn't work like that. So fresh best of 5 here is in the bottom left corner. We will start with the blue Terran player. We have got Bjorn from the Shopify Rebellion, taking on our red Protoss in the top right corner, Skillus from Team Liquid. Should be a cool best of 5. I always feel like Bjorn and Skillus match up well against each other. Bjorn likes to play aggressively. Skillus can do a good mix of kind of playing aggressively, playing a good defense, putting some good pressure on. Always find it fun to watch what he's up to. Gonna see that pro gonna go nibbling away at the SCV for a few moments, which will finish up the barracks. Just gonna get that sorted nice and quickly. Prober's going to come through the bottom side again, factoring the reactor. Coming across. Yes, yeah, probe rolling over on this side, just going to get underway there to begin with. I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper is already poking on the other side of the map, going to hit the Adept for a little bit. Nothing too major or anything just yet. A little bit of pressure so far. As you see the Reaper turning around and going the other way. So Reaper pulling back, the Twilight Council continuing to produce, the command center coming about as well. Gonna be seeing a couple of Adepts coming over. Reaper gonna take some shots, some damage being done. And the Reaper just gets out of there. I do have one panel on this bottom side, but nothing about it. Do anything with it right now. And that blink just building through. And get that settled. And the couple of probes and the battery continue to come up. Medevac, tank, and Marines on the way over. Marines and the Cyclone gathering together right now. Is there still a qualifier for? No, there's not a qualifier. This is the seeding matches. So this is just for Group Stage 2 seed. I didn't update the bracket command because there's no bracket for it, but yeah. And also if people come in, maybe they want to actually see the bracket, I don't know. Well, Marines and Cyclone are going to step across. We will see the medevac here. Siege tank and 4 Marines already heading to the upper right-hand side. The Stalkers will set up out the front of the natural, and we will ready ourselves to go, 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 as that blink will finish from Skillus in a few moments. And the Cyclone already getting a lock on here. Thankful Siege, and so this pressure will begin to build. Already hitting this gateway, the battery taking damage as well. We are going to be able to continue poking our way through this. There's a couple of Adepts in the front going down. Now the Stalkers blink in. The blinking from the Stalkers is always scary because, yes, it's just Marines, but those Marines actually get kills because the Stalkers can't blink or kite backwards easily. We have the firepower there to do very well, but blink coming back off cooldown. This was expensive for Skillus. Resources loss is going to be pretty even, which, when you push back a Terran attack like this, I guess that's fine because you've really undone the kind of this danger part of it, but Stalkers are such a frustrating unit because you don't usually want to have to rebuild Stalkers. Stalkers are not a unit you want to rebuild at all. Stalkers are the kind of unit you want to build once, keep their numbers up. The higher the amount of Stalkers, the way better off you typically are in the game, the more scary that army is going to be continuing in the game as well. As we do blink across there, getting rid of that Reaper. Yo, Eternal007, thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Super happy for EWC news, long life for StarCraft. Yeah, good to hear that EWC will have SC2. Let's just have the Stalkers coming across. And actually going to blink straight forwards here. Siege tank getting jumped on. We're actually going to catch 2 tanks just completely unsieged and ready to deal with this at all. So that's a disaster. You don't love to see that at all. And that is going to be those Stalkers having to blink away. Yeah, that's a nice little defense from Bjorn initially, gotta say. As the charge comes up and online from Skillus, we do see additional gates in a Robo Bay coming online too. Good start. Still not exactly cheap though. Resources lost is still showing you that it's a little bit better for Skillus now, but he still lost 7 Stalkers in this game. That part I do not love as much. This Observer will fly on forward and just head toward this main bases. Against Impact, Combat Shield +1. All of that continue to come together. The Marine Marauder continue to come on in. Observer settles out in the center of the map, the pylon pulling over to the sides. See a couple of those depots still building here as well. It's just again, the supply blocks not being a factor, making sure we stay clear of that as best we can. Fire steps over, 1 Stalker going down, the scan gets the Observer. Again, +1 in charge, continue to come through. We'll see the battery coming up, add on a couple of probes. Zealots also built in here currently as the Bio Army. From Björn will come stepping out onto the map. Now on the left-hand side, we've got a Stalker that's a little bit motionful at the moment. Seeing the Stalker getting underneath that Liberator, doing some damage. +1 attack, Sentinel Lance, all coming through. The Bio moving up is going to find a pylon already. Pylon going to get jumped on. We take that out. Tank will siege. And we will have a few Zealots that's going to come charging straight into this. They're going to absolutely blast it. As the Colossus will come chasing over. Bjorn's army getting chased and hunted, but we can jump up to the high ground. We're going to recall a few of the Zealots to the high ground to get a defense here ASAP, but I don't love it because they're going to have to go through choke points, and they're very unsupported. Like, the Zealots tank, but they're not really in, didn't really have the support to deal damage. As we lift up to get out, the higher part of success there from Skillus comes around, which is the Stalkers blinking underneath and removing one of the medevacs from play. That part, much more successful than anything else here in the grand scheme of things. Zealot Stalker, Colossus heading down to the bottom. Bit of mine goes down, the rest of the Bio is still trying to fight back. Having the +2 attack, Thermal Lance coming over, the Liberator is sieging. The Stalkers will go after the Liberator as well. Colossus, Thermal Lance, +2 attack coming about. Just going to be seeing the extra gates and the Nexus coming up. Stalker Colossus will hit the bunker as the Bio will gather. And we'll continue to push through. The extra Zealots will open in once more. The Colossus still coming through. Depot taking damage. Skillus on the offensive, but he's in a weird position because he's actually down in probes, so he's 58 to 64 workers in this game. And Björn's army supply is still good. If Björn holds on right now, I think Skillus is in trouble, but this is the power of Skillus' army for the moment. It's just going to be seeing those Vikings firing straight through. Colossus taking hits. The Stalkers taking damage as well. The Zealots are going to get jumped on. Another Colossus showing up from the back. Like I say, can those Colossus do enough? Is that splash enough to carry Skillus in this fight as we continue to punch on and fight on forward? The Stalkers trying to get underneath. The bunker taking damage. The Bio coming through. The Colossus still there. And again, it's the strength of those Colossus in the backline that we've seen carry so many Protoss armies over the past few months. I really feel like they've been so strong lately. Orbital will land. A couple of Ghosts still coming through. We add on a Viking, we add on Marauders. +2 attack upgrade finishing on the Forge. So we get that completed. As the Widow Mines just going to settle in there still. EMP still coming through. The Colossus still taking hits as we do have the extra Zealots warping in. It looks good enough to me for Skillus, but we lose the Colossus, but I think we did enough with them. Zealots left over, still got an Immortal here, so a little bit more extra firepower, but reinforcements will stream through from Björn. That third orbital is on fire. Can we save it? What can we do to it at all? I mean, Widowmine hits the sentry, Guardian Shield removed. Now the Immortal gets targeted. Here comes some new Zealots. Björn mostly has Marauders in production. Not sure how much they'll help against the Zealots, but they are good against the Stalkers, and in low numbers, Marauders can scrap quite nicely, to be honest. Couple of shots coming through, the Mules dropping down, the Bio Army very much so still gathering together there as the Stalker Zealot pulls back a little bit up that left-hand side. +3 attack coming up on the Forge. The Colossus still producing through. A Marine Marauder medevac coming over. And our Zealot's going to dive in toward the mineral line. So a couple of SCVs going down. The Colossus going to get rid of a few Marines. And in the end, the reinforcements are good enough from Skillus. So Skillus will win the opening game. He'll open with a win, I think is what I was going to say. And then I completely bumbled my words. So don't mind me. Just having a moment here and there to say things. All good. Alright, perfect. As we will get into game number 2 then, between Bjorn and Skillus in just a sec, my friends. Again, thank you so much for joining us today for some WardiTV Spring Championship Qualifier and now seeding action. It's been a fun day of games. Again, the Spring Championship will be coming in full force over the next week or so. So we'll just take a second and get this hosted, but I think we should just be okay to go to be honest, and kick this off. Alright, gonna be Frostline for our second game. Yeah, I think we actually should just go. Let's do this. Zoom in. Alright. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player, this is going to be Bjorn, as he takes on a Skillus, who has got a 1-0 lead. In the upper right-hand side, our red Protoss. Game 2 of our best of 5 here. Probe coming about, pylon coming through. We're starting up from our Protoss player. As the barrack starts from Bjorn. Here on Frostline again. Thank you so much for watching today, guys. Just another quick moment to sell out for just a second. I just want to mention, obviously, this is a WardiTV event, and WardiTV tournaments can't happen without you guys. One of the best ways to support WardiTV tournaments is to check out the Patreon page. Patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of pledges on Patreon go directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. So if you do enjoy the StarCraft, if you enjoy the tournaments, and you want to continue to support seeing those, check out the Patreon page. The more we get on Patreon, the more we can put into these events, the more we can reliably bring these events into action. So do check that out again. That's patreon.com/WardiTV. As the SCV just patrols, the command center drops down. And we'll just have our probe coming over and checking to see what is going on. So SCV is going to be taking some nibbles. The probe able to put some damage onto that. The Nexus and the Cybercore both continue to come over as well. As we do have our, again, Cybercore finishing. The Assimilator and the Pylon coming through and online. We've got a Tech Lab on the barracks right now starting, so a bit different from Bjorn. It's going to go Reaper into Tech Lab, which usually means Marauders. That warp gate is coming up on the other side, and it's going to be an adept chrono boosting out from Skillus as well to bring that straight through. And let's see, the Marauders starting, concussive shells as well on the way up. We get both of those underway, getting that prepared nice and early on. Adept is going to hit that Reaper, which is going to pull away to the sides. We'll just get that probe, and we take that out. Twilight Council going to finish up in the next few moments, as we do have our warp gate continuing to tick along as well. So that warp gate will tick into play. The Adept continues to come over toward the natural here, where one Marauder is going to be meeting. In fact, 2 Marauders are going to be meeting this Adept, and that's going to be a lot of damage done. It will not go down. It will live 1 hit from death. And now you know about the Marauders too. Prep the battery. Get the battery up at home does a lot to keep you very much so alive in these situations. Going to be able to get that going for us. As the Adept continues to sit out down on the bottom. Blink coming through. Robotics facility building from Skillus as well. We add on a starport from Bjorn right now also. And this Reaper will go across toward the upper right-hand side of the map. So Reaper is going to be journeying through. And the blink is just about halfway there for Skillus, so seeing where he's taking this one. Going just with the Widow Mine. In production initially, Stimpack will start as well. We add on a few additional Marines. The SCV is just going to go nibbling onto this mineral line here on the natural. Marauder and the two Marines will just load into the bunker, so they will jump in there. The Stalkers of Skillus continue to press forward. So yeah, the Stalker stepping through the Engineering Bay. Cracks, Marine Marauder coming about, the Stimpack only about halfway along here. A couple of those SCVs taking damage as well. Boosting on the charge. We do see the gateways building in the main base. The medevac with a couple Widow Mines inside coming across that right side too. As again, Marine Marauder, Stim Combat and +1. Continue to come around. The Stalker's set up, ready for blink into this main. The Marines get rid of the Observer there. The Widow Mine will unload on the high ground. We have one probe. Pulls across, going to get shot down immediately. The second probe in the main base likely to go. We will pull away as Skillus, so Unburrow actually going to save this one for later, see if we can come back in at some point and make something impactful happen there. Stalker step through. SCVs will take some damage. The bunker in position to push this back a little further. And again, the Stalkers will fall away now, currently just getting out of there and keeping themselves nice and safe. As Bjorn is going to start pushing, so a little bit of bio. This is a fast impact because of the concussive shells. He went into 3 racks much earlier than usual, so big push from Bjorn. Already coming across the map, things such as that, yeah, I would say things such as the charge is going to be a big factor here. Having that available to you does a lot. Makes defending a lot more realistic. As that bio army settles in over to the right side. Sim straight up. Sentry goes down. A couple of Zealots will fall. We see the Immortal going to get jumped on as well. The Immortal will go down. A couple of Zealots getting picked off. Stalkers being hit as well. So some damage being done already as the bio continues to trade. And at the same time, we've got the Widow Mine drop back in the main. The probe does split. Nice job from Skillus, but he's getting overrun on the third base. And a few extra Zealot Warpins help. We actually have bio from across the map. She goes up half HP, but the firepower matters more than anything right now. There's not really a lot of units that are getting rid of or capitalizing on the half HP. However, here comes our Colossus, and maybe that will be the answer to this Terran army. Skillus has already taken a lot of losses, though. Resources loss is going to be doubly as effective for Bjorn as it has been for Skillus. With that Nexus taking shots as well, it does look as though this is probably going to be a pretty rough position. I mean, reinforcements now coming across the map as well, so we continue to bring that straight across to the other side. Continue to go, go, go. The medevacs, the bio units continue to join together. And Colossus, Stalkers, and Thermal Lance coming through as well. We got a couple of kills here. Widow Mine is producing extra barracks on the way. On the Zealot, a battery. I mean, the Robo facility's there too, so it's a pretty good position to be attacking, but this Colossus is just in trouble anyway. I mean, killing the Colossus is nice because it's a guaranteed kill on a unit, and even if another Colossus pops, then it's still only one Colossus you're fighting against, so I feel like this is kind of just fine. GG gets called as Skillus does not have enough to hold on in here. Bjorn just running into that natural, and there's nothing left over. Next Colossus went down, and that is going to be GG's. And we get wrapped up. So, it is going to be a 1-1 scoreline. So, tied up series. Matchups available right now to go any which way, as we're going to be heading into Ultra Love for our next map. So, we'll get that going in a second. What time is it in my country right now? It is 4 PM here in the UK, or just 4:15. It's been a sunny day, man. It's been kind of nice, looking nice outside. I don't know if it's actually been warm outside, but it looks nice outside. 10 degrees. It's not really warm, but alrighty, we will head into this game 3 in just a moment, guys. Let me get this hosted. And we'll kick this one off as we're going to be going to Ultra Love. And then seeing who goes on to match point based on this win. Sunny in the UK, don't believe me? No, it's really sunny. It's blue skies outside. You can see quite far across the way. Very pretty day, actually. Very pretty day. Alright, let's jump into game number 4. Ultra Love has Beyond and Skillus battle for a lead here in this best of 5. Isn't 10 degrees a heat wave? Yes. For the UK, it's a heat wave. As we have in the bottom left, our blue Terran player, we do have Bjorn. Taking on our red Protoss in the top right-hand corner. It's Skillus. Game 3 of this series. Seed match continuing through. Genuinely excited to see where we end up with this. Who gets that seed into group stage 2? Who can take the advantage from that? Very exciting. Very exciting. Well, gateway in the pylon coming through, the racks and the gas coming up. There is an assimilator going down. There's no well, there's an engineering bay block from Bjorn, but no proxy from Bjorn, but there is a proxy from Skillus. Second gateway will go down across the map as he will look to apply pressure early here on Ultra Love, so wants to get through, deal damage. The engineering bay is obviously going to hold Skillus from expanding for a little bit, but he doesn't necessarily really want to expand right now, so that kind of makes it an interesting situation. And that probe coming over, just patrolling through the orbital, and the engineering bay coming up as well. Nexus will build the gateway coming up. And next, and the Stalker coming about. The Stalker just going to chrono boost along. The reactor coming up on the barracks as well. We just have Skillus expanding out of position as units starting to gather. And as we get ready to see if we can poke forward for much. CC on the high ground though from Beyond's playing pretty safe. Again, starport building. Next coming through. The probe will go back and forth, and the warp gate is still very much so on the way out. Just seeing the command center building from beyond as the factory and get that Hellion still producing. The starport is halfway done as well. So you can bring that over for the moment. Hellion and 2 Marines just going to knock a probe down right off the get-go. A couple of Stalkers will be there chasing this back, so the Hellion getting chased away, the couple of Marines coming through. And we'll have ourselves the couple of Stalkers getting hit as they try to come up the ramp, but will be unable to. Hellion goes down, the other Hellion stepping over. And again, we will fire up a few more shots. We get the Stalker in the end. The other Stalker's going to turn that Hellion around. Stalkers will just hit, and the orbital command will take a few more shots. So that means Skillus owns the low ground for a couple of moments. Right here. Stalkers will just step straight forward, so the Stalkers really want to come in. Actually going to get rid of a lot of these Marines. The SCVs have to pull. Scary moment for Bjorn, who does not have a lot of units right now. Skillus decides to try for the medevac. SCVs will help to hold this high ground. Cyclone going to spawn will be a big answer to this, as Bjorn obviously still got high ground CC. Medevac takes a few more shots, but doesn't go down. The Stalkers derping forward right now, getting them caught by the SCVs. What a surround! The SCVs surrounding and helping to ensure that those Stalkers will die. Huge moment there. I feel like he wanted to repair that Cyclone and it stopped. I think he keeps running out of money because he's spending his money. The SCVs get to repairing again. It's because he was at exactly like 0 on the minerals, so like because he had an exact number of minerals, he never had any left over to keep repairing while a few more get returned. So it was hitting a point of 0 and the repair got cancelled a couple times. Fixed now, and now Bjorn takes his natural expansion and will be able to continue chasing this Cyclone Star's power. The big cost for Skillus here is the fact that he has no tech. You know, his tech is building now. Twilight Council on the way, but this is way later than usual in comparison to where the Terran player is at tech-wise. He's going to have issues. Like, so much of this is about doing damage early and doing this damage and taking a lead. Is this enough of a lead from Skillus to justify the commitment we've made so far? That is the question that is very much so currently up in the air. Cyclone, Marines, and Tank come across. Tank will just siege. We'll have the few Marines going to jump onto the pylon here. Knock that down. This gateway will get depowered. We'll finish up this gateway. The Liberator going around the back of the Natural, currently ready to go into the main base. So it will siege. The charge coming up, a couple of Zealots coming about. We are going to see this army trying to step forward already. See the tank already firing away, and those Zealots actually taking a little bit of a beating. The Simulator will go down, and our tank's in good position as well, hitting some of those probes. This is not good for Skillus at all, as these Zealots obviously without charge. Trying to go charge it is the faster upgrade to get out. I like the idea, but Gun is hitting quickly enough to punish Skillus for having that delayed tech, and at the very least this Nexus looks as though it will go down. Liberator in the main has 3 kills as it falls to the Stalker defense. Yeah, the third Nexus here going down is rough. As we actually drop the overcharge on the battery. Bjorn continues to right-click the Nexus, will get the kill. Now kites away to the Zealots, which are caught in the choke point. I actually think he could have fought the Zealots first and then clicked on the Nexus. But playing it safe and just guaranteeing he gets the Nexus pick off. Puts Skillus down to 2 bases, his own 3rd base on the way. And Skillus, obviously, it wasn't just the Nexus. Like, he lost a lot of units in the process, too. It wasn't like Bjorn just got the Nexus and then that was it. Resources lost shows you a 3.7 to 1.9k difference. Skillus behind on workers. Charging up a ramp with a few Zealots. Probably not going to do too much right there. This tank drop is now apparently a thing as it comes across and heads toward the main base. Zealots showing up. A couple of probes taking damage. The tanks get relifted. Again, just being an annoying, stopping Skillus from maybe finding an immediate counterattack, just in case Bjorn felt like he was going to be weak there, and covers his bases by being aggressive still. It's obviously very nice too, as this medevac moves down the right-hand side. Just going to regather against Impact, Combat Shield, and +1 coming through. The Prism on the way. The Army, Bio, medevacs continuing across to the other side. Going to gather up over these next few moments, and we will have all of those upgrades very much so still building. Sim Combat and +1 coming online. The Widowmines coming through, the medevacs coming up. A couple Stalkers here are going to get caught. 1 and 2 Stalkers. Both coming under threat as the Bio Army connects onto this Nexus. The couple of probes going down. The Zealots continue to chase on through as the tanks continue to fire. The Sentry Stalker will be taking damage as well, but yeah, the tanks continue to do a good thing here, getting rid of so many of the Zealots, and it's just not good enough for Skillus at all. The fact that there's a +1 upgrade from Bjorn helps so much too. These those Zealots really are just melting away. And yeah, honestly, tanks don't usually do super well against Zealots, but we're just leading them into so much tank fire that it is adding up, and Bjorn will take the 2-1 advantage now in this best of 5, and he will be 1 map away from claiming victory here. in this not qualifying, but seeding series. Again, the difference of this is the difference between a seed from Group Stage 1 to Group Stage 2. That is guaranteed extra prize money, and obviously a full group stage you get to skip out on. Win this best of 5, you don't have to win multiple best of 3s to get through instead. And you will go through with a good seed as well. Unless player schedules really conflict, it basically means that if you win this match, you cannot end up in a round of 16 group with Clem, Hero, and Maxpax. In theory, these 4 players should be separated in the groups in Group Stage 2. But that's something that I can't confirm because scheduling, more than anything, we still want to prioritize the players' schedules. If 2 players can't play on the same day, if none of those 4 players can play on one day, there'll be a little bit there, but there's just much less chance of you being seeded in, for the most part. So the general idea is there, as we get ourselves ready for game 4. Again, thank you so much for joining today, guys, for the games through the qualifier and also through the seeding matches. It's been fun. How are we doing on the likes on the YouTube? Let's do a little peek. $88 likes. YouTube viewers, we are 12 likes from 100. Let's get it there. Get to it. I believe in you guys. Again, if you have enjoyed today, just in general, subscribe, like, follow, all the things that usually support. Goes a long way. Helps us keep on putting out StarCraft 2 for you all. As we jump into the bottom left-hand corner for game number 4. The blue Terran player is going to be Bjorn from the Shopify Rebellion. Against in the top right, the red Protoss player Skillus. Alright, so a game 4, can Skillus bring us to a game 5? Yeah, a couple of aggressive games now. See where we go to. Let's just have our command center coming down on the natural, getting set up, orbital and the command center coming through as we get that ready to roll. We'll just have ourselves the CC coming up next on the natural. We have ourselves the factory coming through on the main base, so Bjorn's just going to get that factory completed. Add on the starport. Again, the reactor building on the barracks. About to finish up in a moment or two. Marines and Hellion in production. That sentry just building. Add on a Stargate, so we will see Skillus go towards the Stargate tech rather than the Twilight Council this time around. And Stargate about to finish up. We will have ourselves the Orbital Command about to finish. The Marine's going to hit the hallucination for a couple of moments as well. As the Medevac loading up. Wouldn't mind, and a few Marines are going to start coming across the other direction. And go to that upper right side, get settled right here. Medevac comes about, he's going to be seeing the Hellion hitting. Probe going down, Stalker. I'm going to take some shots. A couple of Stalkers in the sentry coming. Probes will be building the Hellion on that right-hand side. And the Raven going through as the Wouldn't Mind hits the Stalker right there. And there's the Nexus dropping into place. So we get a Stalker kill with the Wouldn't Mind's always nice. The Phoenix are going to show up though, and this gun's going to be difficult for the Medevac to do much else. Although no support for the Phoenix, and we are going to lose the Phoenix, and we don't even kill the Medevac! Uh-oh. Second Phoenix taking damage too, and the Medevac staying safe. Disastrous start from Skillus already. This is going wrong. As the Phoenix comes through, lifting up the Widowmine. Stalkers will continue to step by. Medevac, low HP. The Marines continue to step over for the moment. Phoenix will get that Medevac now in the end. And again, the +1 still just building on the engineering bay. The Marine tank regathering. And away we go. The centering the Stalkers, gathering through. The Phoenix coming up as well. I'm just going to be seeing that Stalker going to go and step across here. Charge coming online. The Stim and the +1 coming over. The Marine tank, Cyclone stepping about as well. Phoenix going to get locked onto and killed. I mean, this is terrible for Skillus. 2 Phoenix down so early in the game. More warp-ins coming through. The tank sieging, unsieging. Again, charge. Phoenix coming about. The extra gates coming over. I'm going to see the Phoenix getting a little lift on the Cyclone. The Marines and the tank continue to step across. As we'll see a bit of Marine Marauder gathering together as well. As Phoenix continue to join up. The SCV going down, and our CC is going to be denied and delayed for the moment against Impact +1 and Combat Shield all building through. Charge about to finish up on the Twilight Council. We'll knock down these rocks, opening up the gold base possibility again. This has just been a great start from Bjorn now, building his third on location. The thing is for Skillus, it's, now these Phoenix are going to have to be so much less impactful because you've got to take a long time to get to the same amount as before. You've got charge, but that's pretty much it. But like I say, you're not going to have as much Phoenix support as you maybe meant to have by now. It's not ideal. Is he dead? No. But has it been a bad start? Absolutely. Resources lost has actually been kind of even, but again, you consider, early harassing units of the Terran versus units that are really meant to make up a core part of your army right now. And this is a question of, do we have enough Zealots here? And right now, I don't know if we do. The first Zealot's melting very quickly. Guardian Shield pop in a little bit late there. As we try and target the Sentry, the Zealots go down. The Phoenix, yet to be seen, going to come in from the main base. Do they have recall to the main? No, they just split in the main base. Maybe dealing with something at the same time, actually, that I missed. I think he was dealing with the Raven. So he kills the Raven with the Phoenix, but it means that he lost a lot of the Zealots to the front. And right now, okay, there's a lot of Zealots around the back. I was going to say, I'm not sure when these Phoenix can really get involved. This is going to be the moment, though, as we do get the Bio forced into the corner. I'm just going to continue to hit the Zealots, and we are going to get a cleanup. So Skillus actually gets a big pick-off in the end. We'll clean up everything. A couple of those Widow Mines visible right now. We are going to lose a Sentry and a Zealot to them, though, which is a shame when you've got vision. But obviously a pretty hectic situation. Understandable that some things just get away from you. Can't be perfect in every manner. The Phoenix get rid of the Medevac, and the rest of these units continue to chase the Widow Mine, pulling away down the left side. We had a Ghost Academy on from Bjorn as well, so we get that added. That'll be another little bonus here as the Phoenix of Skillus go around to the south side. Let's gather up, a couple of shots come through, +2 attack, and extended thermal lance will be underway. We had a Nexus on. Phoenix move into the main base, a couple of the Marines will get picked away at. Uh-oh, Widowmine's going to get a connection here as well. That's one more Phoenix kill, so as Skillus gets a little bit of value, he's still going to be losing out a little bit. Fire steps across, a couple of Zelds going to take shots. We're going to drop a scan down right here. Mine burrows up, just gonna see the Phoenix drop in the Nexus, taking some damage. The Zealot's still getting absolutely blasted at the moment. Just gonna be seeing the Zealots continue to drop the Phoenix in the skies, stepping through as we are gonna be having still an attempted push forward here from Skillus. It's just not enough. Beyond Zombie is looking way too good as this Nexus at the very least is gonna go down. Can the Colossus provide some kind of defense? Nope, it gets leapt on, it goes down. Stalkers are dropping, Zealots are dying. And I don't think there's actually much to add on to this at all, as the Phoenix will do their thing and try and help out. There's not much anti-air here to be fair, but I'm not sure that's necessarily going to save you as Skillus. It's going to be prolong the inevitable slightly, as it's not like the Phoenix are doing mega damage that can't be stopped either. With some Zealots here and this being Marauder heavy, maybe there is a bit of a problem. Widowmines step up a little closer. But we're talking about a 40 supply difference at the moment. And pretty much all of that is an army, so you're just going to be overwhelmed. And Beyond's army is getting better. Vikings, Ghosts. These are things that are going to make this even more one-sided. The +2 attack is nice from Skillus, but upgrades need one thing to make them worthwhile. And that one thing is units to go with them. And right now, we don't have enough units that are benefiting from that +2 attack. Zealots are going to attack a little bit here, but they take a lot more shots than they deal. The Colossus really benefit from the +2 attack, and that's why you prioritize those attack upgrades in this scenario. We do get a second one now, so that is probably going to help us to slow this down to push that back. And the +2 still coming through. We add on the starport. So second starport available means we will have more and more Vikings on the way. That will give Bjorn an easier and easier time to push on through this. Final Viking coming across for the moment. Let's see the Ghost stepping through. The EMP comes down. Probes take shots. No EMP to the top side. Yeah, good Disruptor shot or two can prolong this game. Gets a couple of Ghosts in the front. One of them had energy on them, so we remove some of the Ghost energy for the moment. I mean, that's what you kind of have to rely on at this point. You can't really do too much else. Kind of way to the upper left-hand side as Zealots, Colossus, Stalkers still doing their best to try and hang on in here, but these Vikings are going to get rid of at least one Colossus, and any bit of splash damage you lose out on here is going to be so tough to then replace, and so tough to survive without. Steps up, you're just going to see a couple of Disruptor shots flying through. It's going to be a good dodge. More of those Zealots getting chipped away at. The Medivacs pulling back with this. The Zealots still trying to chase through. Marines coming from the backside as the Disruptor is going to go into the center. The Bio has to split away. Again, the Blink, the +3 attack continue to come about. We are going to drop a Temple Archives into play. The extra CC's coming online. Mine Bell Rose. You're going to see the Disruptors continue to come about. Couple Ghosts go down. The Zealots continue to get picked away. The couple of Vikings is going to go after that Colossus here. I mean, mass Disruptor shots, but we're going to deny the majority of them. And again, Bjorn has just got the power and enough units to just fire his way through this. GG says Skillus. Bjorn will be grabbing that seed into Group Stage 2. Alongside Clem, Maxpax, and Hero. So congratulations to Bjorn, who gets that seed, who gets to move on into that second group stage. And unfortunately for Skillus, he'll just be having to start in that group stage 1. So that will be our players determined in that regard. And that does mean that we're going to have then, so again, we'll show you guys where we're at with the Spring Championship in total right now. So we are going to see this group of players currently participating. Qualifier 1, Shin and Zaun came through. Rogan Classic made it a second Protoss and a second Zerg from Qualifier 2. Trader and Bunny came from Qualifier 3, and then today, Ryung and Dog making in all 8 Korean players coming from those qualifiers over the last few days. Solar, Showtime, Cure, and Skillus are in Group Stage 1 from the WardiTV Monday seeds, and then the WardiTV Monday better seeds go to Hero, Bjorn, Maxpax, and Clem, which gives us 4, 8, 16 players out of the 24 that we need. We will be giving out 2 more qualifying slots to the best performing players that are not already qualified in tomorrow's WardiTV Mondays, and then there'll be a handful of invites to remaining players that played throughout the qualifiers. So that is where we are at. I'm pretty sure all of our invites will be players who played in the qualifiers. I don't think we need to extend to players who did not play in the qualifiers. I don't think there's anyone that comes to mind out off the super top of my head that we need to kind of reach to there. So that's how things are looking. This is the WardiTV Spring Championship. So far, obviously, we're not quite done. Like I say, we'll add in some WardiTV Monday qualifying action tomorrow as well. So, yeah, that's how things are looking. So thank you so much for watching today, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the couple of additional best of 5s on top of our qualifier. That is going to be it for us today altogether. No extra non-StarCraft or anything like that. Just a nice little stream for us today. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. I appreciate you all. And yeah, we will be... I'm going to go do a bit of admin work. I've got to set up the WardiTV Monday events for the next few weeks and stuff. So yeah, I appreciate you. Some great viewership today. We had about 300 on YouTube. We've had about 1,500 at the end there on Twitch. So awesome to see the viewership looking up today as well. That's awesome. The schedule for this week. Monday, WardiTV Mondays. Tuesday is going to be Rex April Madness. I guess I can show you guys this tournament as well. So this Rex tournament is coming up starting on Tuesday. It's going to be Tuesday and Thursday for the next few weeks. Tuesday's group is going to be Hero, Solar, Gumiho, and Lemon. So you can look forward to this on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, we're going to be with our first WardiTV Spring Championship group. Thursday will be this next Rex group of Clem, Shin, Classic, and Nice. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we'll be doing the rest of Group Stage 1 of WardiTV Spring Championship. So that's our schedule for the week. Tomorrow is actually a little bit of a special WardiTV Monday stream, though, because we actually have Twitch front page time. We actually have 8 hours of it. So we're going to be going live with WardiTV Monday tomorrow. And then we will also be going into the Monday night weeklies afterward. So we'll be doing a double whammy Monday cast tomorrow. So you guys can look forward to that. That should be very cool. And we'll have Twitch front page. So hopefully the viewership is going to be up a little bit. Get StarCraft out there to a few more people. Yeah, that should be cool, right? That's going to be a double cast for us tomorrow. So a bit of a longer stream than usual. So you guys can look forward to that. Thank you so much for joining us today, guys. I appreciate you all. And I will see you guys, yeah, tomorrow for the front page WardiTV Mondays. Like I said, I got some admin work to do and setting some stuff up. So I'll go do that. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching on Twitch and YouTube. I will have a YouTube upload live in an hour or so. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow all over to help support. Thanks so much, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.